Well, a very good morning and welcome to Baku on the first day of competition at the IBSA Judo Grand Prix. We're about to get underway with all of the contests. We've got 3 mats for you to choose from. Mat 1, Mat 2, Mat 3. You can see which of the categories you want to pick, and it's entirely up to you. With the commentary here, it's going to be slightly different. It'll be a little bit fuller and more descriptive, I hope, because I'm going to be doing it. And I'll do my best to make sure that you are fully aware of where the players are and what they are and what they're doing. So there'll be a little bit more description. One of the categories, and I'll tell you about that in a moment, only has 4 competitors, and in that category, instead of a straight knockout, we're going to have a round robin. So that means that they will get 3 contests, which I think is a good idea. Anyway, when I take my seat in the commentary position, I'll give you a full rundown of what's going to happen, which of the mats that you want to click on, and we'll give you as much information as possible. So just before we get underway, we're going to have a little view of the city. Philip is going to take care of that. Sit back and enjoy the action.
Please welcome the judoka. All tatami 3. First round, J1, men under 60 kilo.
Well, good morning again. The first of the J2 under 73 kilo category contests on Mat 2 features Idris Nas of Turkey. And his opponent will be Rufat Mahomedov of Ukraine. It's Nas in the white judogi, Mahomedov in blue. So the 2 athletes have been accompanied out by their respective coaches who, well, actually, Nas doesn't have a coach with him, or does he? No, he doesn't. Anyway, he is standing alongside the referee, as is Mahomedov, just waiting to be invited onto the tatami. Both the athletes bow with the referee. He brings them to the middle of the tatami where they'll turn, face each other. Ray, step forward, take hold, and once the referee is satisfied that they've both got a good grip, he'll call Hajime, which he does now, and we're underway with the first contest. Ojigari attempted by Mahomedov. Nas is able to fight that off, and then he attempts a little right-sided Sutemi-waza, Yoko Sutemi-waza, but Mahomedov steps over that. They go to the ground, but there's no progression, and the referee calls mate. They stand back up, tidy their gis up, they're ready to get back underway. They step forward, grip up, and then the referee calls Hajime. Mahomedov just appears to have the slightly more dominant grip, and it's him that taps away with the right foot. Thinking about Samashi-waza. Nas again attempts the right-sided Yoko Sutemi-waza, but Mahomedov steps over that fairly easily. We've had nearly a minute already. Mahomedov more upright, Nas slightly bent over, tapping away at the left foot
of Mahomedov. The referee calls mate. It's likely that he's going to give a passivity penalty to Nas, and Nas does pick up a Shido. He asks them to step forward, take a grip, which they do now, and he calls Hajime. Again, it's Nas who's slightly bent over. Nice upright stance from Mahomedov. Nas moved quickly there and thought about the Uchimata. But again, Mahomedov felt that, and it's Uchimata from Mahomedov. A right-sided Uchimata, and he catches Nas for Wazari. Both athletes return to the middle after the referee having called mate on the ground. There was no progression there. Mahomedov leads with 2.5 minutes left to go. They grip up again. And Mahomedov trying to take a dominant grip with the right arm around the head. He attempts the Makikomi this time, Uchimata. Makikomi. Nas climbs on his back, thinks about doing something on the ground, but goes across the face with the attempted Shimiwaza. And the referee calls mate. Looks as though he took a little bit of a bump to the nose and may need to tidy up some a little bit of a nosebleed. There, we're looking for the medical team to come and wipe off that blood. Not quite sure where they are. Yes, he's made an appearance now. So whilst the referee has called mate in order to have the little bit of blood tidied up, the referee just leads Idris Nas to the mat edge. They'll tidy up that little bit of blood there, and that leaves Rufat Mahomedov in the center of the mat, waiting. He can catch his breath. He's standing there with hands on hips, breathing quite heavily, whilst one of the staff just wipes up a couple of spots on the tatami. That's nice and tidy. Now we're just waiting for Idris Nas to come back to the tatami. 2 minutes and 21 seconds remain. Mahomedov leads by Wazari, and it's Nas who's picked up the single Shido, the opening contest in the J2 under 73 kilo category. This is taking place on mat number 2. Down on mat number 1, we've got the J1 under 73 kilo category, and mat number 3, it's the J1 under 60 kilo category. Right, they come back to the middle. Nas having had that little bit of blood wiped from his nose. The referee asks them to grip up, and when he's happy he calls Hajime, and this time it's Mahomedov who attempts the little sit-down Kataguruma, but he misses, and Nas now with an opportunity to try and work something on the ground. It's not developing, so the referee calls mate. 2 minutes and 9 seconds left on the clock. Mahomedov still leads by Wazari. Nas has shaped on a couple of occasions for Uchimata. Hasn't really committed to one as yet, and he favours the little right-sided Yoko Sutemiwaza, and he has another go there. But Mahomedov, I think he feels that, and he's able to avoid it for a third time. Nas is better off avoiding that now. I don't think he's going to have any success there. Mahomedov really does have a good feel for when Nas is going to come up with that attempt. He misses completely with the Uchimata attempt there, does Nas. Look to go right-sided. Minute and 25 seconds left to go. It really is up to Nas now to come up with something, because he trails by Wazari, time ticking away. It's a nice strong grip from Mahomedov, who attempts another Uchimata. This time it's blocked. There's been a score on mat 3. That was Gonzalez of Cuba throwing Rodriguez of France. Gonzalez leads by Wazari. And I think that little nosebleed that Nas has reoccurred. So there's a pause in the action whilst Nas is led off to the mat edge to have that nosebleed tidied up again. It's nothing serious, but once it starts dripping, then they've got to stop and try and tidy it up. Again, Mahomedov in the middle. This is a better situation for Mahomedov here with 1:13 left to go. And I don't think he's going to be able to continue, actually, Nas. They're trying to stop the nosebleed. I'm surprised. It's they're normally able to stop them fairly quickly. The referee came back to the middle there. And they normally stay on the edge, or one of the referees does anyway, and there is one there. Doctor is having a look to make sure. And now David Fuentes, the referee, walks to the mat edge and escorts Nas back to the middle. Right, they grip up again with 1:13 left to go. Mahomedov leading by Wazari. Referee calls Hajime, and about a minute left to go. Nice strong grip again from Mahomedov. And Nas is really bent over and looking defensive there. He almost walks on to the Uchimata, and a second effort from Mahomedov just off on the far right corner of the tatami. The referee calls mate with Mahomedov down on his knees defending against Nas, but really wasn't going anywhere. 52 seconds left on the clock. Back in the middle now, they grip up. The referee calls Hajime, and we're underway. Clock starts ticking again. Nas really got to come up with a big attack here, because Mahomedov, who is penalty free, can afford to just coast for the rest of the contest. Doesn't really have to do a great deal. And the referee, I think, has spotted that, calls mate, and I think both fighters are going to be given penalties. So it's a second penalty picked up by Nas. 1 to Mahomedov. Half a minute left to go. They step forward, they grip up. The referee calls Hajime. The clock begins to tick again. We've got less than half a minute. And it's really down to Nas now. He's got to come up with an attack. He's probably feeling the effects of a 4-minute contest and very little energy left. Mahomedov just moving nicely. There's that Yoko Sutemiwaza that we've seen time and time again, but it fails again from Nas. We've got 5 seconds left on the clock, and I think this one has gotten away from Nas of Turkey. He's asked to tidy up. They step forward, take a grip. Referee calls Hajime, and the last few seconds tick away. And that's the end of the opening contest. Rufat Mahomedov of Ukraine wins out over Idris Nas of Turkey. They bow. Mahomedov steps forward. There's a handshake. They're going to come to the mat edge to bow off. Not quite sure that that was all correct. Anyway, It's the opening contest over and done with. Right, who have we got coming up next then? Aurélien Gwenry of France goes up against Sergio Ibanez of Spain. It'll be Gwenry in the white judogi, Ibanez in blue. This is still the J2 under 73 kilo category. Hang on, I'll just wait for the scoreboard to roll round. Yeah, this is a problem here because the scoreboard hasn't gone round at all, and we've already given Ippon. You know, the referee's got to be aware of that. I mean, we're going to catch up now, but and Ippon and a Wazari. He's got to have a look at the scoreboard here. We need to tick the seconds away. We need to catch up with the Wazari, but he's already called Hajime. Yoko Sutemiwaza. That looked like a score to me. And he's been arm locked. Well, here's the odd thing. You know, if they'd looked at if the technique had been if the first technique in that sequence had been executed by white, there'd be a real problem. It was a Yoko Sutemiwaza by blue, and that for me is a score. So we've got the right winner. We've got the right winner. Right, I'll just introduce the next contest, but we've got to talk to these people. There's just Kahid Eker of Turkey is going to go up against Isabel Tal of Germany. It'll be Eker in the white judogi, Tal in blue. And I'm going to have to take a pause here. We'll be back in a second. This is in the J2 under 48 kilo category.
Quedan 26, Edu, ¿eh? Mantengo el ritmo, por favor, ¿eh? Mantengo el ritmo. Quedarse second Judo. It is not on the table. Quedarse Judo missing. Quedan 14 segundos. one Judo missing. One Judo missing. 14 segundos, Edu. Mantengo el ritmo, por favor. Mantengo el ritmo. Sí, sí, me gustó eso. Bien parado, muy bien, muy bien. Gira, gira. Atento el arranque, Edu, muy atento en ese arranque. A empezar, piensa en la lucha. Fíjate cómo le sacaste las sanciones cuando activaste el desplazamiento de Kumikata. Arranco ese Kumikata con todo, dale. Vamos, Edu, Ponemos el ritmo, Edu, Sí. Bien, Edu. El sargento que se tira.
Representing People's Republic of China, in white jersey, representing Japan,
Sí, sigo el paquete. El Sankaku si no, Respira y piensa, volvemos a empezar, Edu, duro de cabeza, negro. Tengo que desplazar en el arranque, no te quedes fijo porque él mete desde fijo, tengo que desplazarlo. Vamos, tirón fuerte de solapa. Vamos, Edu, que sale, dale. No sueltes esa mano.
Li Qing of People's Republic of China has just thrown Ishii Ayumi, and then I think either she's landed on her elbow or she's applied an arm lock. It looks as though she's in a little bit of distress, holding on to what is it? Is it the right elbow? Her coach is there at the mat side now, and he can look after her. And our doctor is there just in case he's needed. Right, we're continuing in the J2 under 48 kilo category, first round. Liu Ye, I think that is. Up against Loba Kuramova of Uzbekistan. Yes, Liu Yi of China. Liu in the white judogi, Kuramova in blue. Right, we're underway with the action. Both fighters gripping up. The referee calls Hajime as a little ojigari effort from Liu. And then they go to ground. Kuramova was thinking about the Ushira Jujigatami. It didn't come off, and the referee calls mate. They're back up on their feet. They grip up, and he calls Hajime. Sutemi was an effort. Sumigeshi from Liu, but it's blocked by Kuramova. Not going anywhere. The referee calls mate. They're back up on their feet. They grip up, and Hajime is called, and we get back underway. half a minute has gone. No score as yet. Yoko Sutemiwaza attempt from Liu. It's blocked by Kuramova. No score. Good defense from Kuramova. She looks like a useful player. Right, they grip up. Hajime is called. Left-sided Ippon Seonagi effort from Liu. It's blocked by Kuramova. They go to the ground, and it's Kuramova who's attempting the Ushiru Sangaku. That doesn't come off either. Mate is called. Back up on their feet. Up in the middle. Just about to take grips. They do. Hajime is called. Kuramova is having the best of it at the moment. Nice Makikomi effort. Left-sided from Liu. Blocked by Kuramova. So Liu it is really who initiates the attacks, and Kuramova responds with some kind of counter or a block, and then she comes up with her own attacks. And usually in newaza. Got to be careful, Kuramova, not to fall behind on the number of attacks. Extreme right and left sided. Again, it's Liu who attacks first. She falls onto her back. Kuramova has a little bit of a go at attempting the Osai Waza on the ground, but Liu defends. The referee calls mate, stands them back up. They grip up, and Hajime is called. We get back underway with 2 minutes and 20 odd seconds left on the clock. A little Kataguruma right-sided effort from Kuramova. That's the first time that she's initiated the attack, and she's lucky actually to have avoided picking up a penalty for passivity, because she responds to the attacks, but she very rarely generates them herself. Makikomi left-sided effort from Liu. It's not very strong, and it's blocked by Kuramova. Another attack here from Liu, and I wonder if the referee will pick up on the fact that Kuramova is just waiting a little bit. She taps with the left foot. There's another effort from Liu. It's blocked by Kuramova, that time looking for possibly Makikomi. On mat 3, there's been a really beautiful Seotoshi. That was Zhao Shu throwing Hirose Makoto of Japan. Zhao coming up with a really good effort there. I'm just going to check with Philip. You know, maybe we can avoid the... we'll chat about it anyway. The going to the different mats, and I'll tell you why in a minute. Right, they grip up with 1:29 left on the clock. Down on mat 2, J2 under 60 kilo categories. If you want to follow that one, you can click on there. Again, it's Liu who's attacking. Kuramova always responding. Right, there is a really there's a Shido picked up by Kuramova. The referee in the middle has picked up on that. That's really good. He's following the contest well there, because Kuramova has come closest to scoring, but always after Liu has made an attempt. And again, it's Liu who makes an effort. It's a weak one, right-sided, Makikomi, and Kuramova follows her down to the tatami, looking to do something in newaza, defended by Liu. We're inside the last minute now, 50 seconds left to go. Left-sided Makikomi, a little bit closer, slow to develop, but again, Kuramova blocks that. And now attempting the... Yeah,
Yes, I need to make a bump.
Just trying to attempt the shimiwaza, but it's not happening and it's blocked. Well defended by Liu. "20 seconds left to go." Let's see if Liu comes up with another attack here. She's first in, and they even look to give Kuramova a second penalty. Yoko Tomoenagi. And again Kuramova just waiting and always looking to follow it up with an attack, but never coming up with an attack first. Got 3 seconds left to go. She's played a very clever game here. She's been caught out once, penalised once. And now we're going to go into golden score. She's lucky to have gone into golden score. Liu's attacks have never really looked as though she's going to score, but she has attacked, and attacked again. And Kuramova has just sat back and allowed Liu to come up with attacks, and only ever looked to take advantage of the fact that her opponent has made some kind of attack. Kuramova, second time that she's initiated an attack, and this time it's Liu who manages to block it. They're back in the middle, they grip up, the referee calls Hajime. We're in golden score now. We've had 20 seconds of golden score. Liu left-sided, little Kouchin. Again, Kuramova steps over, looks to apply the shimiwaza. This looks a little bit better here. She's great with responding, but that's not the way that it really works here. You've got to be active as well. And Kuramova very cleverly just sitting back and waiting for Liu to come up with something. Liu hasn't really been rewarded for being the most active, and Kuramova, I'm sorry to say, has been rewarded for just sitting back. There's another effort from Liu, which is almost countered by Kuramova, and again an attempt on the ground for the shimiwaza. I wouldn't be against a second Shido here for Kuramova. She's just so clearly been sitting back and allowing Liu to be the aggressor. We've had a minute, just over a minute of golden score. Yoko Tomoenagi from Liu. Again, it's blocked. And again, as we've seen throughout the whole contest, Kuramova looking to take advantage of that attack. And momentarily in Osaikomi. And luckily for Liu, she's able to get out of that. Such a tricky thing to follow closely. You see things different ways. We've had a minute and a half of golden score. Kuramova bent over, slightly defensive. Liu looking for an opening, thinking about which way to go. Taps away with the right foot, thinking about Samashi was a maybe, or looking to set something up. He goes over on the left side, but only briefly, and then comes back out. Thought about maybe Osodagari, and now Kuramova throws the left leg over for an attempted Seotoshi. She just pulls Liu down, really without any real finesse and no way of identifying an attempted technique, just pulling Liu down onto her knees. The referee calls mate, stands them up. They come back to the middle. We've had a little over 2 minutes of golden score. Left-sided effort from, and I think that, well, I could give a Wazari for that. Yep, he does. A slowly worked Makikomi. I like that for Wazari. Liu doesn't stop here. They're looking for a replay of that. But I'm okay with the Wazari. It was slow to develop. She never stopped. And she did fall onto her side. No, they've decided it wasn't enough for Wazari. Closest that we've come to a score. So they grip up again. The referee calls Hajime. Liu thought about a little kataguruma there. It was slightly over-ambitious. Left-sided effort. Falls off on the wrong side. Can't really claim that. And there's the Osai Komi. Yep, she fell in to the Osai Komi there. Completely out now. And just manages to avoid going over, or did she go into the 10 seconds? I thought that she was out of it. Wazari's on the board, but I thought she was out of it. We'll see how close we were. So they come up with Wazari. I think that he'd called Tokita before. I need to look at that one. I thought that he had called Tokita, to be honest, before the 10 seconds. Anyway, that's what they'll be looking at. 2 minutes and 58 seconds, so nearly 3 minutes of golden score. Kuramova held Liu with Kezigatami. We're just going to have to see whether or not it was the Wazari is cancelled. Yeah. But they're going to say she got a hand sokomake for the head dive. Really unfortunate. Okay, so Kuramova wins out. Coming up next, it will be the J2 under 73 kilo category. Nathan Petit of France. He's going to go up against Jose Romero of Cuba. It'll be Petit in the white judogi, Romero in blue. We'll be back with you in a moment.
Next contest, the second round, category J2, men under 73 kilo. In blue judogi representing Cuba, Jose Manuel Romero. In white judogi representing France, Nathan Petit. The winner in white judogi representing Brazil, Raifran Mesquita Montes. Next contest, first round, category J1, men under 73 kilo. In blue judogi, representing Indonesia, Rafili Ahnaf Shitki. In white judogi, representing Turkey, Gökçe Yavuz.
Üçüncü alan Sayın Kazakistan. Üçüncü devlet oldu. Çelik 60 adamda gözlerinde kalpli kılıç Türkiye. Regli Azmi'de Şerzo Nandosov Özbekistan. Üçüncü kaybeden galip geldi. Şahzat Namazov, Özbekistan.
Mesdames et messieurs, the winner here is Judo representing France, Prix. Mesdames et messieurs, next contest is category J2, men under 60 kg. In blue judo representing Australia, J.J. Fitzpatrick. In white judo representing Georgia, Surabian. Mesdames et messieurs, next contest is category J2, men under 63 kg. In blue judo representing Mongolia, Entuya Tababaka. In white judo representing Brazil, Denis Rosa. Mesdames et messieurs, the winner in white judo representing Georgia, Surabian.
On the mat now, J2 under 73 kilo category, Denis Rosa of Brazil. He's up against Entuya Davav. Let's get this one right. Entuya Davad Agva of Mongolia. Rosa in the white judogi, Entuya in blue. I did see the Mongolian team yesterday when I bumped into Hashbata Saganbata. He's the coach. He's sitting in the chair for Entuya. Yeah, Davadagva. I don't know why I stumbled over that. Sometimes the Mongolian names are a little bit tricky. That one I don't think was that tricky. I just hadn't seen it before and struggled a bit. I like to try and get them as correct as possible. I probably butchered it anyway, but anyway, Entuya Davadagva. Fairly easy, isn't it, when you think about it? Little push there from Entuya. The referee's called Mate. Stands them up. Accompanies them back to the middle. Asks them to grip up. They do that now. You're not too keen to grip up, Rosa, is he? He knows that once the grip is called, the referee will call Hajime. Yeah. Entuya picks up a penalty for avoiding to take a grip. That was an interesting little exchange there. The referee's got them in the middle and he's asking them to take a grip. And Entuya immediately attempts Osodagari. Rosa manages to step back and avoid getting caught. It's a huge step this time from Entuya as he tries the right-sided Osodagari. Rosa again managing to use both his arms to push his opponent away and just slide his feet back He's leaning forward and avoiding the technique from Enktuya. No scorers yet. We've got 2 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. The Jime is called. Both fighters bent over. Left stance from Rosa, right stance from Enktuya. Enktuya attempts a right-sided effort, but it's blocked by Rosa. The referee calls mate as they fall to the ground, and they're back in the middle now. And again, looking to grip up. Enktuya a little bit more, well, a little bit quicker with the grips this time, having picked up a Shido for not gripping up last time. Little Taniotoshi attempt from Rosa, and he drops to his knees there. The referee was thinking about calling mate, but doesn't. They're on the ground now with Rosa trying to work an Osai Waza. He's out of it. And now Enktuya just trying to push Rosa onto his back. He's called Osai Komi and Tokita. Yeah, a little bit early with the Osai Komi there. Really want to see him secure on his back. Nice turn as Enktuya attempted the Kezugatami. Rosa just rolled his opponent over, and that's the danger in calling Osai Komi too early. Wasn't really secure. Minute and a half left on the clock. Enktuya has picked up a single Shido. In a way, in using so much more language to describe what's happening in the contest, it actually helps you to keep up with what's going on. If you have to constantly say who's doing the attacking, it helps with regard to knowing where the passivity penalty is going to go. A minute and a half left to go. Extreme left-sided stance from Rosa as he attempts the hip technique, which throws Enktuya for Ippon. And what was it that we used here?
Next contest, first round, category J2, women.
Ukigoshi, maybe? Neil Adams would have called that, I think. Ukigoshi from Rosa for Ippon. Catching Enktuya with a minute 26 left on the clock beautifully for Ippon. Got himself into a nice position. Enktuya was bent over. The right arm was up and extended, leaving a nice space for Rosa to enter into. Rosa or Rosa, maybe. In any case, it was Rosa who came up with the score. Right, we're staying on mat 2, J2, under 73 kilo category. Feruz Saidov of Uzbekistan goes up against Miles Solomon of Great Britain. It'll be Saidov in the white judogi, Solomon in blue. The coaches bring the athletes out to the middle. The referee now accompanies them out to the middle. They turn and face one another. They bow. The referee asks them to grip up. They do that now. And when the referee's happy, it's Tammy Thornton. She calls Hajime. There's a Tomoinagi effort from Feruz Saidov, who has the gold back patch on. Solomon got his hands full here. and facing the current Olympic champion, or so it would appear from the gold back patch. Uchimata attempt from Saidov is defended by Solomon, who now attempts the Sangaku turnover. Defended by Saidov. He'd like to be up and out of there, wouldn't he? But Solomon is keeping him down. Hooks him with the right leg. There's the turn, but Saidov still defending. Well, I'm not really so sure that it was over. Saidov was standing up, but Solomon was still on the ground. Could have allowed that to go. Just because Saidov wants to stand up doesn't mean it's over. Solomon was still engaged on the ground there. Anyway. They grip up. The referee calls Hajime. We've had half a minute. Attempted Ashiwaza. Solomon just stumbled momentarily. You may have to tap here. This is an attempted shimiwaza. Okuri Erijimi. And yeah, he gets caught, just hung on there for a little bit too long. Oh, he's up. Yeah, take your time. Take your time. He's all right. He can also catch himself standing up. There's no problem. He's done now. The referee just taking care of Miles Solomon, but to be honest, it was 2 or 3 seconds when he had to catch himself. He knows what's happened now. He's okay. Just sitting. The medical staff there. He's up on his feet. He's a little bit more embarrassed than anything. He's fine. Yeah. Getting back to the middle. We can bow off and it's all good. Right. Okay. So Saidov through to the next round. Solomon losing out to the current Olympic champion. The referee will accompany them off the mat. And coming up next, we'll have another look at Rufat Mahomedov of Ukraine. He'll go up against Ma Jinshin of the People's Republic of China. It'll be Mahomedov in the white judogi, Ma in blue. We'll be back with you in a moment.
Representing People's Republic of China, Ma Jinshin. In white judogi, representing Ukraine, Rufat Mahomedov. The winner in white judogi from Ukraine, Rufat Mahomedov.
İkinci rakibinde topluca iki arada ikincilerin görüşü. Gözümüzde Recep Tilki, Türkiye. Rakibi Ağustos'ta Rami Abbaslı, Azerbaycan. Złotych etap swoich Judo from Indonesia.
Representing Indonesia, Junaidi, please come immediately on tatami 3. Junaidi from Indonesia, on tatami 3, please.
Namig Abbasli of Azerbaijan is on tatami 2 in J2 under 73 kilos. He's up against Recep Çiftçi of Turkey. Abbasli in the white judogi, Çiftçi in blue. Yeah, and this is the J2 under 73 kilo category. It's very, very difficult for us to keep you fully informed as to what's going on the other tatami, simply because we have to pay so much attention to the tatami that we're looking at. Of course, we can move to tatami 1 or tatami 3, but we'll then have to bring the same concentration to that mat. So we're sticking with tatami 2 at the moment, but you're perfectly at liberty to change tatami and go to someone else. What you won't get is commentary on that one. So I've got my fingers crossed that we're bringing you commentary on the mat that you want to follow. Abbasli attacking left-sided. They're on the ground now as Abbasli decides that nothing's going to come of that. He stands up. He's back to his start point. Çiftçi, who's considerably shorter than his Azeri opponent, noticeably shorter. They're in the middle. They grip up now. The referee calls Hajime, a little foot tap from Abbasli, but it's not really an attempt at Ashiwaza. Ojigari attempted by Çiftçi as Abbasli steps back and he comes up with a makikomi of sorts. Doesn't quite get the landing. It's not that bad. He's okay because the left knee goes onto the ground first, but there was the suspicion of a head dive. Clearly he did make contact with his head on the ground, but we say that if you make contact with the head first, before any other part of the body, your body, then it'll be Hansokamaki on that occasion. He managed to get his left knee down in the execution of that technique. They're back in the middle. They grip up. Huge Osotogari effort, and then almost countered with a makikomi. Çiftçi coming up with a big right-sided Osotogari effort. He had a long way to go, and then Abbasli turned it and tried the makikomi as a counter, but it didn't work. They grip up again, the referee calls Hajime, slightly bent over from Çiftçi. He thought about the Sutemi was. He's still thinking about it. It doesn't work. Abbasli defended that one. And we've got a minute and a half left on the clock. They grip up. And the referee calls Hajime. We're back underway. A little bit of movement before Çiftçi thinks about the Sode Surikomi Goshi. He had the shape, but it was Abbasli who attacked first. They're back in the middle. They grip up. Abbasli is first to grip. Chifchi follows. Hajime is called. 1:15 left on the clock. Chifchi following Abasli as he steps left, right, left-sided effort. Seoinage from Chifchi. That fails. Abasli comes up with his own effort, but that fails as well. And the referee calls mate. Grip up again. Hajime is called with 1 minute left on the clock. Left-sided effort from Abasli, so not the strongest. And Chifchi steps over trying to work something on the ground, but he doesn't really look that serious about it. So the referee calls mate. 50-odd seconds left to go. Abasli again gripping up first. Chifchi follows. Hajime is called. Slightly bent over from Abasli. Ochigari from Chifchi. Makikomi from Chifchi, and now it's Abasli who is defensive. Might be looking at him for the passivity penalty next time round. If Chifchi can just step things up a little and be that little bit more aggressive, he may force a penalty out of Abasli. Got to go now. He thinks about going left-sided. He's blocked. Upper body strength too much. Now Abasli throws the right leg in for a Kochigari, but Chifchi is stepping backwards and he avoids that. 20-odd seconds left to go. I wonder if Philip has noticed the change in the commentary. It's non-stop, isn't it? I've said more in 4 or 5 contests than I normally say in the whole day. But it's essential, I think, for those at home who haven't got, who are not able to see the action. Osodogari effort from Chifchi. Abasli turns right-sided. And that effort is blocked, and we've got 6 seconds left on the clock. Chifchi slow to get to his feet, mouth open and breathing heavily, hands on his hips as he steps forward, and again Abasli's first to grip up. Chifchi follows. Hajime is called, but the seconds are going to tick away very quickly here, and this one is going to go into golden score. Well, having tidied up their gis just a moment ago, it's not going to take long before we get back underway. Yeah, they come back to the middle. There's a slight adjustment in the gis, but as I say, we tidied up a moment ago, so golden score is underway. Left-sided effort almost countered by Abasli. It was Chifchi who was stepping across for a Harai Goshi, and Abasli almost took him over. They go to ground, and Abasli began to attack with Chifchi on his knees, but there wasn't anything coming from that one, so the referee's called mate. They're back up on their feet. 13 seconds of golden score have elapsed as Chifchi turns to face Abasli. He bends at the knees, he catches his breath, and if he's not careful, he'll pick up a passivity for penalty. There's no time for taking a rest here. Hajime told Makikomi, good strong effort from Abasli, but Chifchi manages to get his right leg out to block that from going any further. 23 seconds of golden score have gone. They're back up on their feet. Chifchi is taking longer and longer to get back to the start position. Abasli always first to grip up. And we're back underway. Well, that was a big stretch from Chifchi. He thought about the sit-down category. He's going to go over here. He does. It's a Wazari score from the Makikomi by Abasli. It's a spirited and a strong effort from Chifchi, but eventually he does go over for Wazari. Uchimata in the end, right-sided. Chifchi, again, slow to get to his feet, but understandably, given the fact that he's just been thrown. That was a good score by Namig Abasli of Azerbaijan he goes into the next round. The referee escorts the two athletes to the edge of the tatami. They turn, they bow, and that is the end of that. Right, coming up next, Uchkun Kurnabayev of Uzbekistan is going to go up against Nikolai Kornhass of Germany. It will be Kurnabayev in the white judogi, Kornhass in blue.
Representing Germany, Nikolai Kornhass. In white judogi, representing Uzbekistan, Uchkun Kurnabayev.
Little Koichi attempt from Kornhass. Both athletes are bent over, slightly defensive. There was a Sutemiwaza effort there from Kornhass, but it was blocked by Kurnabayev. Kurnabayev between the legs of Kornhass there, but trapped. And there was no progression, so the referee called mate. They're back up on their feet. They turn and face one another. They're going to step forward, take a grip, and when the referee's happy, he'll call Hajime, as he does now, and better grip from Kurnabayev. Slightly stronger grip with the right arm up and around the collar. That has Kornhass slightly defensive. He's just using that left arm to keep Kurnabayev away from him. And there's another with the gold back patch. Who was it that we saw a moment ago with the gold back patch? It's second now. Yeah, second Uzbek, Kurnabayev this time. So Kornhass with his hands full. We've had a minute. It's a good little battle, this one. Yes, the stadium announcer just telling us that Uchkun Kurnabayev is the Paralympic champion. So we spotted that one, Philip. The gold back patch was the clue for us. Right, they're in the middle. They grip up again. The referee calls Hajime. Kornhass is putting up a good effort here. He almost came up with the Sasai, and now the Yoko Tomoenagi that Kurnabayev blocks. He's the aggressor for me, Kornhass. And the referee thinks so too. He gives Kurnabayev a penalty for passivity. I'm glad we're on the same page here. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Grip up. A little bit more activity from Kurnabayev. That Shido seems to have just spurred him on a little bit. Kornhass has gone to his knees, defensively on the ground, and Kurnabayev looking for the turnover. That's good defense from Kornhass. He didn't roll over at the first attempt, and he manages to get to his feet. Kurnabayev has to stand up to try and stay on top of him, and because he stands up, they're both standing up, and the referee calls mate. They both grip up. He's happy now. Oh, missed. Uchimata Sakeshi was on for a moment for Kurnabayev as Kornhaus with a big effort. They may want to have a look at that. Let's see what the referee says. He hasn't given a score. He didn't feel as though it was worth a score, but they may want to have a look. The referee commission. Nope. They've decided that the referee was on top of it and there was no score. We're going to have a look here. Yeah, absolutely correct. Very, very good decision. He saw it once, the referee in the middle, and there was no score for him. Sasai Tsurikomiyashi from Kornhaus. A small one. We're going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he tried that. Yoko Tomoenage, left-sided, again blocked by Kurnabayev. Again, he's between the legs of Kornhaus, but Kornhaus has got a good defense. The referee calls mate. I'll tell you what, Kornhaus could really do himself a favor here by coming up with another big attack, because Kurnabayev hasn't done a great deal. They grip up, and the referee calls Hajime. Let's see if Kornhaus has got the tempo right here. Got to go now. Little foot tap, that's not quite enough. And it's Kurnabayev who manages to get in an attack first. Yeah, right-sided Sode going up. Catches his opponent. Just about coming up with Wazari. It's a very good effort from Kurnabayev, who traps the hands of Nikolai Kornhaus. There's a minute left to go. Kurnabayev leads. He's picked up a single Shido. And Kornhaus now with a bit of work to do. He's going to find it difficult to come back from here. I suspect that Kurnabayev is going to close down the contest now and make it even more difficult for the German. Yeah, as I thought. That's it now. Nice and tight in the shoulders. Kornhaus coming up with his own Sode effort, but Kurnabayev slips off that. And we've got 37 seconds left on the clock. Single Shido picked up by Kurnabayev, but he leads by Wazari after that Sode Tsurikomiyashi effort. But he was a long way away there, and he'll pick up a second penalty. There was no need for that. That was a false attack. No rotation at all, just dropped to his knees. How on earth he escaped that one, I don't know. Philip, I don't know if you can keep that one. That was so blatant. Sorry. We'll let our Mr. Husseinov come and have a look at that. Not really going to make a great deal of difference, but I think it's worth pointing out to him. Tell me if you managed to get it, yeah? It really looked like a false attack to me. 13 seconds left to go. Kurnabayev, unless something spectacular happens, is going to take this one from Nikolai Kornhaus of Germany. He falls away there. And 4 seconds left to go. Just lost contact with the hands. It was unfortunate. Yeah, okay. Keep that. We're going to bring our man down to have a look at it. Kurnabayev is going to take this one. The referee's going to call Hajime with 4 seconds left to go. It'll have to be something extra special. Kornhaus fails there, and that was the end of that. Right, coming up next in J2 under 73 kilos, it'll be Georgi Kaldani of Georgia. He's going to go up against Sergio Ibanez. It'll be Kaldani in the white judogi, Ibanez in blue. Kurnabayev, the Paralympic champion, goes through to the next round.
The WTO next contest, second round, men under 73 kilo, category J2. In blue jury, representing Spain, Sergio Ibanez. In white jury, representing Georgia, Giorgi Kalani.
Should I see?
İşte medalya geldi Tokyo Brasilia. İşte medalya Tokyo 60 gramda köşede Abdelkader Boğaziçi. Elcezayir, Egebi, Ağzı'da Judo Şive.
Two minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. There's no score, penalty free. Kaldani and the white judogi, Ibanez in blue, and it's Ibanez who attacks with a little sit-down katagurumo on the right side. And Kaldani, if truth be told, blocks that fairly easily. No real threat there. You need a little bit of movement, and as soon as the referee called Hajime, Ibanez was in with that attack. And you either catch your opponent really cold, or you find yourself sitting down and looking slightly embarrassed. Tomonagi left-sided from Ibanez again, easily dealt with by Kaldani. I think Ibanez is going to have to get Kaldani moving. He's just got a really, really good feel for this, Kaldani. He picks up a penalty, for passivity. Not surprising, because Ibanez has been throwing in all the attacks so far, and they're just about good enough to count as attacks. If they're not, then he'll get called for a false attack. But on each occasion, Kaldani has had to defend it, and as long as he's got the reaction and he has to defend it, then... and now he's caught him. That makes all the difference. That penalty there made all the difference, because all of a sudden Kaldani, having picked up a second Judo, had to be that little bit more open, and as soon as his arms opened up, Ibanez was underneath and caught Kaldani cold. That's what we were just talking about. You know, you can either ambush them quickly and catch them, or you end up looking slightly embarrassed because you haven't got a strong enough attack. Well, Kaldani, having picked up the second penalty, was a little bit more open, and Ibanez was underneath and caught his opponent. Threw him for Wazares. 1 minute 50 seconds left on the clock. Ibanez attacking on the ground, well defended by the Georgian Kaldani. And now we're going to see a slightly different action, I'm sure, when they grip up. Kaldani realizes that he's Wazari down, 2 penalties against him. He's really up against it here with 1 minute 48 left on the clock. Spanish coach just being told by the referee to calm things down a little bit. She turned and just indicated to him that he should coach only after she's called Hajime. The 2 fighters grip up now. Kaldani not keen on a particular grip. He doesn't like the sleeve grip that Ibanez has got, and he settles on a grip now. She calls Hajime. They move to the near side. There's a Yoko Satemi was her effort from Ibanez, but it's blocked by Kaldani. 1 minute 39 left on the clock. They're back in the middle. Yeah, what was that? Let's have a look. It's Ibanez, yes. It's and actually I hadn't noticed that. The Wazari was on the side of the Georgian. It was Ibanez who'd scored the Wazari. I like to think that I know what's going on, but I'd completely misread the scoreboard. I mean, I knew that it was Ibanez who'd scored the Wazari, and we were talking in terms of him leading, but actually on the scoreboard, it was on Kaldani. 1 minute 35 left to go. 2 penalties against Kaldani. Ibanez with the Wazari. I'd actually said it whilst looking at the scoreboard and still reading it incorrectly. Ibanez leads by Wazari with 1.5 minutes left to go. They're up on their feet, facing each other. The referee invites them to take a grip, which they do now. Ibanez a little bit quicker to take a grip now. He's that much keener now, isn't he? And again, they move towards this near side. It's a weaker attack from Ibanez. That little sit-down Kataguruma blocked easily by Kaldani. 1 minute 24 left on the clock. Back up on their feet, facing each other. They grip up now. And the referee calls Hajime. Again, the Tomoe-nage. For me, this is verging on the false attack. It's not going to make a great deal of difference, but he's getting away with that one. 1 minute 19. They grip up. Let's see what happens here if he comes up with the same tactic. Need to be a little bit more upright. Hajime's called. Right-sided effort. That was strong enough to count as an attack, but we know the process now for Ibanez. As soon as the referee calls Hajime, he just launches an attack. They face each other with 1 minute and 12 seconds left to go. Ibanez leads by Wazari. And again, the Tomoe-nage, and he moves Kaldani. That's the difference here. Kaldani really facing a third Judo here, simply because the attacks by Ibanez are strong enough to count. He'll be lucky to escape. And he does. He's given one more chance here with 1 minute and 3 seconds left to go. And Ibanez has been, well, okay, that time he didn't move him. And when she calls mate here, I think it would be right to give a third penalty. Sorry, not a third penalty, but a Shido for a false attack. For me, Ibanez is clever. He's too clever for Kaldani. That's a strong enough attack. So now the third Shido has got to go to Kaldani. He's been very, very clever. He's worked this well. First of all, he's come up with the only positive score. Kaldani has picked up 2 Shidos already. And for me, if the referee gave a third penalty there, she wouldn't be wrong. He's done all the work, Ibanez. He really has. And they're underway again. Well, that was blocked. It'd be unfortunate now if Ibanez does pick up a penalty for a false attack. He's tried so hard. Yeah, well, now it's time to really keep quiet. 40 seconds left to go. They're invited to take a grip. They do that now. Jimmy is called. Kaldani's got to come up with something. Tomoinagi left-sided from Ibanez. It really is time now. Kaldani hasn't come up with anything. He's had more than enough chances here. We've got 32 seconds left to go. Well, we're going to go again. Maybe tragedy for Ibanez if Kaldani throws him now. Well, okay, well then, you know, it's got to be one or the other. Either you're going to give a third Shido to Kaldani or a penalty for a false attack, because there really was nothing there. Okay, we go again. 19 seconds left to go. Up to now, Ibanez is in the driving seat. Okay, I don't know if you can keep that one, Philip. That last one, sorry, that was just too poor. Surely that has to warrant something. I don't believe that. Right, 14 seconds left to go. Ibanez leads here. He's worked so hard, Ibanez. Every initial attack has come from Ibanez. However, some of them have been borderline. Again, and that one is just beyond belief. Sorry. And he does pick up a false attack. With 8 seconds left to go, I'm not surprised. He's been the only one attacking. Kaldani has been responsive. And we won't need it, by the way, Philip. We won't need that last one, so don't worry. And he gets turned. You could almost say that that was a counter there. A tough one. That was a tough one to officiate. Kaldani only ever responding to the attacks that Ibanez put in. And Ibanez, he came up with the only positive score, but from time to time he flirted with a tactic that really meant that quite a few of those attacks were on the edge. Anyway, Ibanez it is who goes into the next round, defeating Georgi Kaldani. And coming up next, J2 under 73 kilo category, Kim Dong-hoon of the Republic of Korea goes up against Daniel Vagochki of Romania. It'll be Kim in the white judogi, Vagochki in blue. We'll be back in a moment.
Category J2, men under 73 kilo. In blue judogi, representing Romania, Daniel Vagochki. In white judogi, representing Republic of Korea, Kim Dong-hoon.
2 minutes and 14 seconds left on the clock. Kim in the white judogi, Vargotsky in blue. No score as yet. There's a nice grip by Kim, right-sided, high up on the collar, strong, controlling left hand. Both athletes moving nicely, looking comfortable. Right-sided effort from Kim as he looks to throw with Marotis Seoinage. There's a big gap between him and his opponent, and Vargotsky uses that to move round and avoid getting caught up. He attacks on the ground now, Kim having failed in that effort, but it's not going anywhere, and they call mate. The referee calls mate, brings them back to the middle. There's a minute 42 left on the clock, and Vargotsky picks up a penalty for passivity. The referee invites them to grip up, which they do now. He calls Hajime, and we're underway again. Single Shido against Vargotsky. This time Kim slightly bent over. Vargotsky doesn't take advantage of it. He's got a normal sleeve and lapel grip, left-sided. There's a right-sided grip from Kim. Beautiful entry into the low Marotis Seoinage, but he can't quite finish off. But he got down low, both feet in between his opponent, fell to his knees, couldn't come up with the driving finish. Nice effort. Vargotsky tries to repeat Kim's attack, but it's not quite the same quality, and he only ends up going on the side, not quite as threatening as the Korean's attack. Maybe he thought if Kim can do it, then so can I, but it really wasn't the case. It wasn't quite in the same league. Another effort from Kim, right-sided, but he doesn't quite get in the right position to execute that low Marotis Seoinage. 50-odd seconds left to go. Little Diashibarai attempt from Vargotsky brings Kim down onto his front. Couldn't quite come up with the hands. He needed a little bit more tewaza in there. And Kim ended up on his front, nowhere near the scoring part of the body. 44 seconds left to go. They grip up again. Hajime is called by the referee. Left side starts from Vargotsky, right side from Kim. And it's Kim who attacks, and Vargotsky who falls off onto his backside in defending that, but there's no score. 20-odd seconds left to go. Vargotsky attacking in newaza. Kim having to defend against the attempted Jujigatami, and it's not a bad one, actually. If you can get a little bit of turn here, you may be able to bring it off. It doesn't look as though that's going to happen now, and the referee calls mate quite correctly. They're up on their feet with 6 seconds left to go. Single Shido against Vargotsky of Romania. Kim takes a grip. Again, it's right-left. The referee calls Hajime, and the last few seconds tick away. And mate is called because we're going to need a period of golden score to sort this one out.
Tatami 1 golden score, Tatami 2 golden score.
Right, we're underway with the golden score period. A single Shido having picked up by Vargotsky in regulation time. Kim has looked most likely to score with that low Morote Seoinage, but hasn't come up with it yet. It was a quarter-final was mentioned somewhere. Should really catch up with that. But we've stayed on mat 2, and I hope that that's been okay for those of you who want to follow the judo. Again, a right-sided effort. And Vagochki goes right-sided as well. It doesn't come off. Two penalties picked up by Vagochki. We've had 1 minute and 20 odd of golden score. He stepped on to the Morote Seoinage from Kim Dong-hoon, who throws the Romanian for Ippon. That was a good finish. Good finish, right-sided. Right, we come now to the quarter-final in the J2 under 48 kilo category.
The number 1 next contest, the second round, category J1, men under 73 kilo.
Carmen Brusig of Switzerland goes up against Chahid Eke of Turkey. Brusig in the white judogi, Eke in blue. The athletes grip up and we're underway in this quarter-final.
Under 48 kilograms. In blue from Turkey, Chahid Eke. In white, representing Switzerland, Carmen Brusig.
There's a little bit of foot tapping from both athletes as they look for their first big technique. Brusig looking to go over on the left side, but Eke goes over on the right with a little sit-down Kataguruma and catches Brusig for Wasari. She's quickly into the attempted Osai Waza. The left leg is trapped. He tries to work away on the turnover, but Brusig has managed to defend that well. The athletes are up on their feet in the middle. The referee invites them to grip up 3 minutes and 17 seconds on the clock. Athletes take a grip. Referee calls Hajime and we're underway again. A little bit tentative from both athletes. Brusik has a little foot tap with maybe Diashi Barai, and then Eka goes over on the right side very quickly with attempted Seotoshi. Brusik manages to push the arms out and keep Eka away. Nothing develops on the ground. The referee calls mate. He stands them up. They're back in the middle. They grip up. He calls Hajime, and we're underway again with a little over 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Eka leads by Wazari. Left-sided effort from Brusik. I'm going to label that as a left-sided Uchimata effort. Wasn't the strongest, but it's defended by Eka. Mate called by the referee. Back in the middle now. They're going to grip up. And once the referee's happy, he'll call Hajime, which he does now. Slightly bent over from Brusik. Looks happy to attack from a slightly bent over position. Eka gets her right arm around the waist of her opponent. She's thinking about a big hip technique, maybe Ogoshi. Perhaps a leg technique with Uchimata from that grip around the waist, but it doesn't come off. They're back in the middle again. The referee is about to check the grips, which he does now. He's happy. He calls Hajime. 2 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock. Again, it's Brusik who kind of crushes the position by being bent over. Eka is slightly shorter, but she then has to bend as well. I'm sure she'd like to be a little bit more upright, which she is now. Brusik stands up. And they come over to this near left corner, and that's a beautiful finish. That's probably the throw of the day from Eka. Down low, right-sided, rolling Morote Seonagi. Got right down beneath the defences of Brusik and came up with a really good finish. That's a good technique. Enjoyed watching that. Eka goes into the semi-final. We've got another quarter-final coming up now in the J2 under 48 kilo category. Giulia Pereira of Brazil is going to go up against Li Liqing of China. Pereira in the white judogi, Li in blue. Probably going to get through this fairly quickly. I'd imagine that by 1 o'clock we'll have things wrapped up. That'll give us a long break, Philip. What are you going to do until 5 o'clock with the final block? Go home and have a sleep. Right, Tammy Thornton, the referee in the middle, is leading the two athletes out. Pereira in the white judogi, Li Liqing in blue. They grip up now. The referee calls Hajime. Well, it was a little bit quick into the attempted Jujigatami. And Pereira's had to tap out. That was so quick. That really was very quick. Liqing in for the Tomoe Nagi and was put the shimiwaza on very quickly. No, it was an arm lock, Udigarami. And then, in the end, Udigatami, I think. She finished it off. Didn't need to do the figure four. Liqing, that was pretty sharp. Right, well, we've got another quarter-final coming up now. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is Sandrine Orirez of France
Representing India, Kokila.
up against Kokila of India in the blue judo gi.
Sandrine Martinet.
All right. I think we've got to get this arm tidied up. I thought it was Orirez of France and Kokila of India. Anyway, Sandrine, I think it is. Right, we're underway with the next quarter-final. Left-sided grip from Kokila, right-sided stance from Sandrine. Orirez Martinet. I'll have to ask Nicholas Mesner about the correct pronunciation of that name. I don't want to get it completely wrong. Little Diashibarai from Martinet, I'm going to go with. That's the easier one. Brings Kokila down onto a front. And now a chance to work on the ground. Looking to develop a turnover. Good defense from Kokila. And the referee decides that one is not going anywhere. Calls mate. They're back up on their feet. They make their way back to the middle. They grip up. And Hajime is called. Again, a little foot tap from Martinet. We'll call that Diashibarai, why not? Gives her the chance to work on the ground. He attacks the right arm of Kokila, but it's easily defended by the Indian, and mate is called. No scorers yet, 2:54 left on the clock in this quarter-final in the J2 under 48 kilo category. Kokila's going to have to come up with some of her own attacks here. It's been Martinet to be the more aggressive of the pair. One good attack here from Martinet, and I think Kokila it will be who will pick up the penalty, and she just doesn't get there in time. Kokila, it is, who quite rightly picks up the single sheet. I thought that Martinet was going to be unfortunate to pick up the penalty as well, but well read by the referee David Fuentes of Australia. He quite correctly picked up that Kokila it was who was passive. A chance to attempt the shimiwaza here. Martinet turns her opponent over now and work on the arm and had to tap out. That was good work from Martinet. Well done. Yeah. Kokila getting in a tricky position there and having to tap out. So Sandrine Martinet of France goes into the semi-final. Kokila will be in the repechage.
Sandrine Martinet. Martinet goes to the semi-final.
Right, the athletes are led off the mat. And we've got the next quarter-final in the J2 under 48 kilo category. Shahana Hajieva of Azerbaijan goes up against Loba Kuramova of Uzbekistan. Hajieva in the white judogi, Kuramova in blue. Both athletes are in the middle now. They bow. The referee invites them to take a grip, and Hajime is called. We've already seen Kuramova in her first round contest. I hadn't seen Hajieva. Uchigari right-sided from Hajieva, defended by Kuramova. And given what we saw in a previous contest by Kuramova, he's quite likely just to wait and allow the action to come to her. Well, you can't do that for too long. Hajieva attacks on the right side. I think this is the third Paralympic champion that we've seen. Two men, and now we've got Hajieva with the gold back match. We're spoilt for choice here, aren't we? High quality field that we managed to bring you today. So that's nearly a minute of initial attacks that we've had from Hajieva, and we're yet to have one from Kuramova. The referee has turned, however, towards Kuramova and has issued a Judo to the Uzbek fighter. Hajieva, just a little right-sided. I guess that would have been Tartosh. She didn't quite get the right leg far enough over. But we'll give her the benefit of the doubt and say that the shape was Haragoshi. They've wandered over to the far left corner, and Hajieva comes under attack from Kuramova. It's the first effort that Kuramova has made, and we've had a minute and a half already. That's how easy it is for things to slip away from you. Two and a half minutes left on the clock. Hajieva just tidying herself up as the athletes come back to the middle of the mat. They both grip up. The referee calls Hajime. Hajieva with a right-sided grip up and around the collar. Kuramova defends that with the left arm around the waist. Hajieva attacks low left-sided. They fall onto their sides as opposed to anybody having anything really to do with that. Kuramova ends up attacking, but Hajieva defends quite easily. The referee decides that's not going anywhere. He calls mate, and they stand up. They come back to the middle with 2 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock. A single Shido against Kuramova as they face each other and grip up again. The referee calls Hajime. Hajieva is countered beautifully. Whoa. She looked to attack with a low Marotte Serenagi, got countered, and over she went. The Paralympic champion gets caught with 1 minute and 50 seconds left to go, and now she has to defend on the ground. If she just gets the leg out, well, she did. Okay, we'll have to have a better look. Whoa. Well, she might be lucky to escape with Wazari there. Yep, she is. So Wazari on the board, Kuramova leads. She's been extremely good at defending and just keeping out of trouble. But she's got 1 minute and 30 seconds, minute 32 left on the clock. Can she keep Hajieva out for that length of time? They grip up, and guaranteed Hajieva is going to be going for it. Really defensive posture now picked up by Kuramova. I'm not surprised. And over she goes. Well, that shows the quality of the Paralympic champion, doesn't it? I mean, that was a little bit of a roll. There's a suspicion that she went head first as well. Let's take another look at that. Yep, I think you're right. We're going to see whether they spot that. Yep. Show on the big screen again, I think, so everyone can see. We'll have a look at that. Thanks, Philip, very much. Nice and slow. Here we go. Yeah. Agieva going in, right-sided. There's no leg, and it's head first. That's unfortunate. Those are the rules. Right, this is not the referee making the decision in the middle. It's not up to him. It's up to the commission to decide where they're going to go with this. They're either going to stick with the ippon, or they're going to say it was head first, and therefore Hansokumake. Cancel that, and head first. Yeah. Right, keep that then, Philip. We'll do the Olympic champion the benefit of the doubt.
The winner in blue from Uzbekistan, Lobar Khurramov.
İki yıllarda kadar olmuş spordan bölgelerde gözüyle Lobar Khurramov ve Özbekistan. Üç yıllarda bir galip geldi. İjar Olkoğlu, El Cezayir.
The number 2 next contest is the quarterfinal, category J1, women under 48 kilo. In blue judo, representing Greece, Emanuela Masulu. In white judo, representing Brazil, Rosifride de Andrade.
Üçüncü bir yerde tur, Cenki 60 ayağında 4'te 1 final. Gözüyle Demila Abdikerimov Kırgızistan, rakibi Davidson de Souza, Brezilya. Üçüncü bölgeye galip geldi. Davidson de Souza, Brezilya ve yarı final mesleği kazandı.
The number 3 next contest. This is quarterfinal J1 men under 60 kilo.
Üçüncü bölgeye Cenki 60 ayağında 4'te 1 final. Gözüyle Şukurov, Özbekistan, Amsterdam, Judo. Indonesia.
Right, on the mat now, Rosileda de Andrade of Brazil is up against Emanuela Masuru of Greece. De Andrade in the white judogi, Masuru in blue. De Andrade leads by Wazari, and we're in to the last minute. A few taps of the foot from Masuru, but she's going to need a little bit more than that if she's going to come back in this quarterfinal. To be honest, De Andrade is stiff arms, keeping the her opponent away. She just shaped for an attack there. Not a great deal you can do about that now. 20-odd seconds left to go. Masuru being allowed to try and work something on the ground, but I don't think there's a great deal going on there. The referee's going to call mate now, which he does. They stand back up, and this will be a last chance here for Masuru.
In white judo, representing Kazakhstan, Yergali Shamei.
This is the J1 under 48 kilo category quarter-final. The referee brings them back to the middle. He asks them to grip up, which they do now. They take a grip. Hajime is called. There's a right-sided effort from Masuru right at the end. She doesn't quite come up with enough to warrant a score. The gong goes, and it is De Andrade who goes into the semi-final. The athletes bow. There's a handshake and a hug, a bit of a back tap, and then the referee can accompany the two athletes to the mat edge, where the coaches will come and escort them off the tatami.
Goes to the semi-final. Masuru of Prix in the repechage.
Right, who have we got coming up now? Rocio Ledesma.
That are we to next contest. Quarterfinal category J1, women under 48 kilo. In blue judo, representing
Yes.
Germany.
Rocio Ledesma of Argentina goes up against Anna Tabia Müller of Germany. It's Ledesma in the white judogi, Müller in blue. We're underway. Nice strong grip from Müller, looking to go right-sided. Ledesma is also has a right-sided grip, but she goes over onto the left. She tries a little hip technique. Doesn't quite come up with the score. There's a landing before Müller gets rolled onto her side, so no score. We've had half a minute.
The W1 next contest, the second round. This is category J1. Under
Back in the middle. Both athletes gripping up now. Hajime is called. Müller again with a nice strong grip. That right hand is high up around the collar. She goes over on the side from Akikomi, and that's caught going backwards with Osodagari by Ledesma. Got herself into a poor position in the end. Just overexposed herself a little bit. And it was Ledesma who took advantage of that and brought Müller down onto her back. Well, the referee gave Ippon, and I was okay with that. They decided to go for Wazaria. I was pretty okay with the Ippon. Oh well. So it's not over for Müller, and she's looked quite useful. Got nice movement. Anna Tabea Müller got a good strong grip. Hasn't launched an attack yet. She does now, and that's Wazari. Right-sided Ashigaruma, I think Neil likes to call that. Good for her. Tied things up now. So within the first minute, 2 scores. One for Ledesma, originally signalled as Ippon, but corrected by the commission to Wazari. And then Müller coming up with a nice Ashigaruma. As I said, she looks quite useful. Nice movement, looks well balanced. Ashigaruma or Haraigoshi maybe. Little Kojigari from Ledesma.
The W1 winner in blue jewelry representing Portugal, Yafa.
Threatening again on the right side, Müller. Ledesma's going to have to be careful here. I think it's coming again. Not quite for me. It was slightly untidy, that last attack from Müller. Again, looking for the right-sided leg technique, possibly the Ogoshi, but collapsed anyway. They go to ground and the referee decides nothing much coming from there. She calls Mate, stands them up and is bringing them back to the middle now. They turn and face one another. They grip up nice and quick. And when the referee's happy, she'll call Hajime, what she does now. And again, a strong grip from Müller. Her right arm is up around the collar of Ledesma. Nice strong grip on the right sleeve with her left hand. And she gets caught. Manages just to turn. Does she turn off? Well, if not, it's Wazaria Awazeta Ippon then. I thought she got countered there. Müller. Müller going in for the attack. Yeah, here's the effort from Muller. Yeah, definitely down onto the side. That was a good finish from Ledesma. Well, she scored first, had that downgraded to Wazari. Then Muller came back with a score, and eventually she came up with a second score. That was a good one. We'll be back in a moment.
The next quarterfinal. This is category J1, women under 48 kilo. In blue judo from Uzbekistan, Fatima Toyova. In white judo representing Kyrgyzstan, Khayton Husan.
Khayton Husan Kizi of Kyrgyzstan goes up against Fatima Toyrova of Uzbekistan. Husan Kizi in the white judogi, Toyrova in blue. Husan Kizi leads by Wazari. There's also an Osai Komi here, Kuzuri Yokoshio Gatami. Neatly executed by Husan Kizi, and she wins out to take a place in the semi-final. Toyrova just catching her breath after that loss in Newazo. The referee just waiting for Toyrova to come back to her feet, which she does now. They're back in the middle of the tatami. We've got the end of the contest to do. It's awarded to Husan Kizi. A bow. And then the referee can accompany the two athletes off the mat, which he does now. They get to the edge of the mat, they turn, they will bow, and then their respective coaches are there to accompany them back to the warm-up area. Right, we've got another quarterfinal coming up now. This is J1 in the under 48 kilo category. Ecem Tahsin Kavdar of Turkey goes up against Hangai Shizuka of Japan. Tahsin Kavdar in the white judogi, Hangai in blue.
In white judogi representing Turkey, Ecem Tahsin Kavdar.
Right, the athletes have been accompanied to the edge of the tatami, where the referee then accompanies them to the middle of the tatami. They stand facing one another. They bow and then they can grip up, at which point the referee calls Hajime, which he does now, and we're underway with this quarterfinal. J1 in the under 48 kilo category. Tahsin it is, with the little kataguruma on the left side that catches Hangai for Wazari. That's a really neat little technique. Throws the left leg out there as well. And in throwing the left leg out, she sits down. The head goes underneath the arm, and she wheels her opponent over the shoulder. Wazari on the board, 3:30 odd left on the clock. Hangai looking to attempt the Ippon Seoinage, does take her opponent backwards. Interesting little exchange there, but there's no score. They stand up, take a grip, and then Hajime is called. Hangai almost came up with a score there. Let's see if she can do something now. Left-sided Seoinage doesn't come off. Tahsin Kavdar quite strong in defense, but she's really bent over here. Another big attack from Hangai. Well, actually, as I say that, Tahsin Kavdar attacks again with that little sit-down kataguruma. It wasn't as threatening this time. I think she just wanted to break up the grip, to be honest, which she did. And here's a chance for Hangai to attack on the ground now. Looking for the Sangaku turnover. The left leg is trapped, but she's still working on the top half. So, okay, well, it was Hangai who gave every impression of wanting to be back up on her feet, when really I would have spent a little bit more time attacking on the ground. Anyway, I'm not the one out in the middle. 2:35 left on the clock. Tahsin Kavdar leads by Wazari. We are penalty free as the referee asks the two fighters to grip up, which they do now, and he calls Hajime. Immediately they become bent over and defensive. There's a little bit of foot tapping from both athletes, and again the attempted kataguruma from Tahsin Kavdar. She doesn't get the left leg out that far to trap Hangai as she did when she picked up the Wazari, and she now has to defend on the ground, having failed with the throw. But Hangai is not able to make any progress, and the referee decides to call mate. He stands them up, brings them back to the middle where they can tidy up their gis. Yeah, it's a new experience for everyone. Right, the two athletes grip up. And the referee calls Hajime. Tomo Inagi attempted by Tassin Kavdar. It's a long way away and Hangai is able to defend against it. Two minutes left on the clock. Hangai it is with a job on her hands. She's got to come back from Wazari down. Tassin Kavdar just got to have enough energy to keep Hangai out. Which, for me, she's a little bit over defensive. There's nothing you can do now because she comes up with an attack. She misses out. Tassin Kavdar in that little Kataguruma. That seems to be her go-to technique. Ojigari from Hangai doesn't really threaten Tassin Kavdar. And again, she goes for the Kataguruma. Well, you know, if it works for you, why not? Minute 21 left on the clock. Tassin Kavdar just tidying her gi up. And now the athletes are invited to take a grip. They do. And both happy now. Hajime called by the referee. Left-sided Ippon Seoinage effort from Hangai. Tassin Kavdar able to defend that. And she follows that up by attacking her opponent on the ground. Thought about the shimiwaza, but it wasn't developing, so the referee calls mate. They're back in the middle now. Tassin Kavdar tidying her gi up again. Both athletes take a grip. Hajime is called. A minute left on the clock. Ashiwaza attempt from Tassin Kavdar. Hangai avoids that, now attacking on the ground. Hangai hasn't attacked in Newaza as much as I thought she would, or she should. That's a better opportunity for Hangai, and she hasn't made the most of it as they grip up again, and the referee calls Hajime with 40-odd seconds left to go. Missed with the Kataguruma attempt again, Tassin Kavdar, and this time it's Hangai having to defend on her back. Tassin Kavdar between the legs, trying to free the right leg. She hasn't worked the top half to the point where I think the referee's going to allow it to go on much longer. I think he's seen enough and he calls mate. He really wasn't making the kind of progress that would have given Tassin Kavdar any more time on the ground. 13 seconds left on the clock. A last-ditch effort here from Hangai of Japan. Got to do something now. Hajime is called. Time for one more attack here, but it's Tassin Kavdar who comes up with the attack. A low left-sided Seotoshi effort that's blocked by Hangai, but there are only 2 seconds left on the clock. The referee stands them up, brings them to the middle. They take a grip. You'll call Hajime now, but time runs out, and it's Tassin Kavdar who goes into the semi-final. Hangai into the repechage. Right, well, that's the under 48 kilo category over and done with, as the contest is awarded to Tassin Kavdar. Wazari was the winning score. They're coming up next will be Nathan Petit of France. He'll be up against Denis Rosa of Brazil. Petit in the white judogi, Rosa in blue. That's coming up next. So we're underway with this J2 under 73 kilo category quarterfinal. Petit in the white judogi, Rosa in blue. A spinning left-sided Seotoshi effort from Petit. But it's blocked by Rosa. Half a minute has already gone off the clock. Both athletes grip up again. A little foot tap from Rosa and a left-sided Haragoshi effort from Petit, but he's falling away from his opponent, and it never really develops. In fact, we gave it, we classified it as Haragoshi, but it's so far away it was barely recognizable as such. Petit could be clever here and come up with a big attack. Rosa hasn't done a great deal, and he just wandered off the competition area. It's difficult to give those penalties because we're not sure if the referee has been calling Jagai or not. However, he does correctly identify the fact that Rosa hasn't been attacking, so at least he got that one. He got that one right. I think it would have been a bit harsh to penalise him for going out the competition area. Petit's got the dominant grip here. He should be the one to come up with the attacks. He just has a little stab at Kosodagari there, which has Rosa stumbling back. That leaves him in that near right side corner. Going to have to find a way back in because he's backed up against the edge of the competition area here. Petit not doing a great deal though. He's not looking for a reaction from him. He's just pushing him out the competition area here. That's not the best tactic from Petit, because it does leave Rosa overly defensive, but he hasn't done a great deal to help himself. Anyway, the referee called Mate. He brings them back to the middle, probably the best bet. Ojigari left-sided from Petit, the smallest of efforts, and then he goes outside with a little Kosodagari. It just has Rosa stumbling back and then down onto his knees. The referee calls mate and stands them back up, brings them back to the middle, where we've got 2 minutes left on the clock as David Fuentes, the referee, calls Hajime. Single Shido against Rosa as we move into the second half of the contest. Left-sided Makikomi effort from Prix, but it's blocked by Rosa, and we've got minute 47 seconds left on the clock. They grip up again, and Fuentes calls Hajime. Slightly bent over now, Prix. Rosa, to be honest, also bent over, and he pretty much dropped to his knees there. Rosa, I couldn't identify what it was that he was trying to do. I would have gone with, maybe I'm a bit harsh here, but I've gone with a false attack. Sorry. Right, well, they face each other again. And grip up, and the referee calls Hajime. A little bit more upright from Prix. He looks far more threatening when he is upright than when he's bent over. Minute and 8 seconds left on the clock. Rosa does now pick up a second penalty for passivity. Quite right as well. Little foot tap from Rosa, but it's not been enough. Missed Prix there with that Makikomi attack on the left side. Inside the last minute then, 2 penalties picked up by Rosa. He's got to do something here, or else he's going to find himself in the repechage without having done a great deal in the quarter-final. Big effort left-sided Makikomi from Prix. Managed to wrap the left arm up, but he was already on his way down. So it wasn't the strongest of efforts. 42 seconds left on the clock as they grip up again. A little, again, Kosodagari, a stab at that, but Rosa steps off it. He manages to get the foot up and over. Left-sided effort this time from Prix. 20-odd seconds left to go. Last chance here for Rosa. Really needs to get going, and it's unfortunate that most of the attacks are coming from Prix. It's Rosa who is in danger of going out here, and he's had to tap out. The Osaikomi was too strong from Prix. They fell to the ground. There was no throwing action there, but Prix able to secure the Osaikomi, and then Rosa tapping out almost immediately. I think there were 4 seconds of Osaikomi, and Rosa decided, oh, I'm not getting out of this, and submitted. Nathan Prix it is who goes into the semi-final. Right, coming up next, Feruz Saidov of Uzbekistan goes up against Rufat Mahomedov of Ukraine. Saidov in the white judogi, Mahomedov in blue. This is J2 in the under 73 kilo category. We're going to have 3 quarterfinals here.
In white judogi, representing Uzbekistan, Tokyo Paralympic champion Feruz Saidov.
Right, the Paralympic champion Saidov in the white judogi. Mohamed Medeov in blue. And that was beautifully turned, I'll tell you what. He may have been turned for Ippon here. That Tsukeshi was pretty good. Yep. Uchimata Tsukeshi, and it may be Ippon. We're going to have a little look at this. Yeah, I mean, it's not a... I mean, if we were to ask what was missing from that, very little. So, yes, I agree with that. I can understand the Wazari, but I can also understand and completely appreciate the change from Wazari to Ippon. Feruz Saidov throwing Rufat Mohamedov for Ippon. Uchimata Tsukeshi. It was Saidov into the semi-final. Right, coming up next then, Namig Abbasli of Azerbaijan goes up against Uchkun Kuranbayev of Uzbekistan. Abbasli in the white judogi, Kuranbayev in blue. The athletes are making their way to the tatami now. Kuranbayev wearing the gold back patch as Paralympic champion. Left-sided Tomoinagi effort. Wouldn't have scored with that second one. Abbasli giving a good account of himself here. Threatening on the right side. Yeah, Feruz Saidov, we saw in the previous contest, gold medal winner in the under 73 kilo category. Just going to see where Uchkun Kunabayev. I thought so. That was a good guess. I thought, okay, we've got two people in this weight category with gold back patches. And it just looked to me as though Uchkun Kuranbayev, Kuranbayev, looked like he might be from the weight category below. That's absolutely the case. He was the gold medal winner in the under 66 kilo category. So since then, he's moved up and now competing in the under 73 kilo category. And by the way, his opponent here, Namig Abbasli, was the bronze medalist in the weight category. So both of these athletes have moved up from under 66 kilos since Tokyo. Both have moved up and now competing at under 73 kilos, and here they are again going head to head. No score as yet. A minute 50 left on the clock. Right-sided effort, eventually looking like a makikomi from a Basli, but it collapsed. He fell onto his front, and there's no chance of coming up with a score. A minute 34 to go. Kuranbayev up on his feet now, bouncing up and down on his toes. Actually, a Basli takes a grip, and once they grip up, the referee calls Hajime immediately, and it's Kuranbayev who's slightly more bent over and slightly defensive looking than a Basli, who attacks with a Yoko Sutemi Wazo that's blocked. And now Kuranbayev has a chance to attack on the ground. His right leg is trapped completely by a Basli who's defending, as Kuranbayev attempts to turn him over, but it's not really going anywhere. The referee gave them a long enough time to try and work something out. He wasn't able to come up with anything that looked as though it was going to work, so the referee calls mate, stands them up, brings them back to the middle, and we're underway again. Kuranbayev looking the more aggressive of the two. Basli's going to have to come up with an attack here, but it's Kuranbayev who attacks low and right-sided. Looked like quite a threat there. Chance to work on the arm here for a Basli. Kuranbayev has to tap out. The Juji Gatami went on. Very well done. Yeah, they go to ground. He's got the head locked up. Now just beginning to get that arm out, and Kuranbayev turned in an effort to try and defend against that, but it was a Basli who managed to apply the Juji Gatami with 4 seconds left in regulation time, so just as well that he was able to pull that off, because time was running out. He goes into the semi-final. Coming up next, it'll be Sergio Ibanez of Spain to go up against Kim Dong-hoon of the Republic of Korea. Ibanez in the white judogi, Kim in blue. This is the next quarter-final in the J2 under 73 kilo category. You can see the first of the semi-finals lined up on mat number 3. That's in J2 in the under 60 kilo category. We've been concentrating entirely on the action on mat 2. And here come the two athletes now. Tomoyanagi over on the left side, just about squeezing out a score there. And now Ibanez, who leads by Wazari, working on a possible arm lock here. Needs to get some leverage, and at the moment he can't get that because Kim is defending strongly. Needs to get this roll executed. It couldn't come, he couldn't bring it off. So the referee calls mate with 3:13 left on the clock. Ibanez leads by Wazari. Kim with a bit of work to do here.
Volga goes to the semi-final. Mamedov of Uzbekistan in the repechage. Next quarter-final, this is category J1, men under 73.
Tomonagi again on the left side from Ibanez.
Eduardo Gauto. In white judo representing Brazil, Arley Arruda. Representing Argentina, Eduardo Gauto. Who is come immediately on tatami 1. Gauto of Argentina on tatami 1, please.
Two minutes and 43 seconds left to go in this quarter-final. Kim picks up the penalty for passivity. They're on the ground as Ibanez attempts a turnover. Yeah. Hasn't finished yet. Kim having to use that right arm to stretch out and avoid being rolled over by Ibanez. And a good defense means that the referee is going to call mate. Ibanez couldn't turn Kim over. Kim looking for the Marote Seonagi, but he's slightly off balance as he comes in for that attack, and Ibanez almost turns him over. Now Kim having to defend, lying flat on his back. Ibanez again attempting the turnover, but it's well blocked by Kim. And the referee calls mate with 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the clock. Ibanez leading by Wazari, Kim having picked up a single Shido. Ibanez with the left-sided Yoko Tomoinagi effort, but Kim manages to avoid that. A little over 1.5 minutes left on the clock. Kim left-sided low, Marote Seonagi blocked by Ibanez, who then climbs on his back to attempt to work something on the ground, but it really isn't going anywhere, and the referee spots that fairly quickly, calls mate with 1 minute 21 left on the clock. He stands both the players up, brings them back to the middle. This one beginning to get away from Kim. He's going to have to work hard to come back here. Missed completely with the Tomoe-nage there, Ibanez. Kim not able to take advantage of it and get past the legs to try and work something in newaza. We're back underway with both the athletes gripping up. Kim thinking about going over on the left-hand side, but he's too far away. He really doesn't threaten Ibanez with that particular Murate Seoinage. And now Ibanez perfectly happy to work on the ground and to burn some of the time that remains on the clock. Wasn't given that long, maybe 8 seconds. I think the referee spotted that there wasn't a great deal going on and called mate, which has them standing up back in the middle to take grips. At which point the referee turns to the Spanish coach to ask him only to coach after Hajime. Hajime's called, sorry, only to call not to coach after Hajime. Sorry about that. 39 seconds left on the clock. Yoko Tomoe-nage, there may have been a landing there. It was away from the referee, so unless the commission decide to review that, the time is going to tick away. Ibanez has had a couple of stabs at the turnover, but Kim has been good at defending. 14 seconds remain on the clock then. Last chance for Kim Dong-hoon. Another Sutemi Waza effort from Ibanez, but Kim managed to block that. Players being asked to grip up, and they do. And it's again Ibanez who attacks first. Kim Dong-hoon not able to come up with a good string of attacks at the back end of that contest. It is Ibanez who goes into the semi-final, Kim down into the repechage.
Mesdames et messieurs, the winner of the quarterfinal in white judo from Spain, Sergio Ibanez.
Right, who have we got coming up next then? J2, under 48 kilo category, Isabel Thal of Germany goes up against Carmen Brusik of Switzerland. It's a repechage contest in the under 48 kilo category. I think, Philip, if I can, we're going to go down to mat number 3 because they're repechage contests on mat number 2. And there's a semi-final in the J2 under 60 kilo category coming up next. Sherzod Namozov of Uzbekistan goes up against Ishak Ulder Kuder of Algeria. Namozov in the white judogi. Oh, that was, sorry, that's the second semi-final. Before that, it's Nukri Migrijanashvili of Georgia. He goes up against Anway Sariev of Kazakhstan. Migrijanashvili in the white judogi, Sariev in blue. J2 under 60 kilos. Sariev making sure that his hands are nice and dry. Must be extremely difficult when you are warmed up as an athlete and already perspiring. Anyway, he had a go by rubbing both his hands against the side, the back of the upper leg. And if you can picture what I mean by the back of the upper leg, you know where he wiped his hands. Half a minute gone. Only a little bit of shadow dancing. No attack from either of them. Yeah, the referee's had enough of that. And both athletes pick up penalty for passivity. Migrijanashvili has just gripped up and he has an immediate attempt at Diashibare, which Sariev steps off. There's a spinning attempt at Seonagi from Sariev, but it fails. He ends up on his back with the Georgian between his legs, but the Georgian doesn't look as though he's interested in getting involved in any newaza, so the referee calls mate, stands them up, asks them to grip up, and calls Hajime with 2:50 odd left on the clock. There's a little bit of movement, but not much, as they try and find a nice position from which to launch an attack. Migrijanashvili looks as though he favours going over on the left, and he tries a left-sided shoulder throw, possibly Morote Seonagi, but that really doesn't trouble Sariev, who steps off it fairly easily. There are repechage contests in the J2 48 kilo category on mat number 2 and J2 in the under 73 kilo category. We'll go back when they come to the repechage contests here, because we haven't been following this mat, but we've got 2 semi-finals back-to-back in the under 60 kilo category, so it's just as well that we come down here to see who the finalists are going to be. And then the losing semi-finalists will go directly into the bronze medal contest, so we're definitely going to see them in the final block. So all 4 of the athletes who we see here, win or lose, we'll see them once again. So Migrijanashvili, as I say, looking to go over on the left, but it's a right-sided effort from Sariev, and he throws the Georgian with Uchimata for Wazari. Minute 38 left on the clock. He's not very happy, is he? Migrijanashvili, well, you wouldn't be if you'd just been thrown. Nice score from the Kazakh fighter. They grip up again with 1:38 left to go. Sariev leading by Wazari. Well, it's all well and good moving around the tatami, but at some stage you have to come up with an attack. That little foot tap really doesn't say a great deal. Pretty lenient with the passivity penalties on the whole, I think, this refereeing crew. There's a minute left on the clock. Sariev attacking immediately with Kyoko Tomoinagi. It doesn't come off, but he's able to stay on top, continue attacking on the ground. And he's on the back of Migrijanashvili, but wasn't doing a great deal, so the referee can call mate with 32 seconds left to go. Migrijanashvili tidies himself up in readiness for this last half a minute. Sariev looking comfortable here with the Wazari lead. He's got to make sure that he doesn't break off with both hands, or if only holding with one, doesn't break off. See what the referee has seen here. Sariev picked up a second penalty there with 11 seconds left to go. He was the one looking to avoid. He comes up with the Yoko Satemiwaza effort, but it's blocked by Migrijanashvili. 6 seconds left on the clock here. Surely you can't get it wrong from here. Yeah, no attack from Migrijanashvili in the last 2 seconds, so Anwar Sariev of Kazakhstan goes in to the final. Nukri Migrijanashvili goes into the bronze medal contest. Coming up next, the second of the semi-finals in the under 60 kilo category J2, Sherzod Namazov of Uzbekistan will face Ishak Ulud Quida of Algeria. Namazov in the white judogi, Ulud Qudia in blue. So J2, under 60 kilo category, the second of the semi-finals, and that didn't take long, did it? Yeah. Oh, what a turn. That was incredible. Shehzad Namozov, the Algerian, looking for the feint and wanting to go around the back. Didn't fool Namozov. Beautifully turned. What an absolutely super use of the hands there.
The winner of the quarterfinal in blue judo from Portugal,
Right, Philip, we're going to go back to mat number 2. The reason for that is you can see that there are 4 repechage contests coming up on mat number 3. But we've been watching almost exclusively the action on mat number 2. So now that Ishii and Pereira have finished off, we can come back to mat number 2 to see the Paralympic champion in the under 48 kilo category J2 division, Shahana Hajieva of Azerbaijan. She's going to go up against Liu Yi of the People's Republic of China. It'll be Liu in the white judogi, Hajieva in blue.
In blue, from South Africa, Ndiebo Lamani. In white from Italy, Dodo Kamani.
So the 2 athletes grip up. Hajime is called, and Hajieva, who must be smarting from her loss in the previous round, where she was given Hansokamake for a head dive, has a chance to retrieve things. She's got to win this in order to. So we've got to be careful not to go against the arm there.
Portugal, Miguel Vieira. Representing Portugal, Miguel Vieira. Please count on tatami 3. Miguel Vieira of Portugal in white judogi on tatami 3, please.
Tomoyanagi effort from Liu Yi. But Hajieva blocks that easily. Left-sided effort from Liu. And again, Hajieva blocks that fairly easily. Chance here on the ground now. Secure the top half first. Well, if there's no effort on the leg, there's going to be no osaikomi, and Hajieva there was a little bit slow to realize that there was no osaikomi. She really needed to get the leg out from where Liu Yi had trapped it. Liu coming up with a left-sided effort immediately on the restart, but it never really threatened Hajieva.
The winner of the quarterfinal in white judogi from Italy, Dodo Kamani. Kamani goes to the semi-final.
2:48 left on the clock.
Lamani of South Africa goes to the
That's a good turn. Yep, took that over. Let's see where the takeover happens.
Final tabide J1 güç düzenlemeci görüş. 3. bölgeden Nurman İbrahim Azerbaycan. Ege'nin göç bölgede Mamak İbrahim Suratov Kırgızistan.
Tatami 3, the winner in blue from Kyrgyzstan, Teriman
Well,
Abdikarimov.
Hajieva adjudged to have taken that over from Liu and brought her opponent down onto her side in full control. So Wazari the lead for Hajieva with a little over 2 minutes left to go. A left-sided Makikomi attack by Liu, but it's blocked by Hajieva. That took all of 5 seconds off the clock. 2:13 left to go. Wazari the lead, no penalties for either player. Not quite enough to claim a score there. But if she wraps up the top half properly, and she can get the leg out, she'll have a chance of a hold, but I don't think that's going anywhere. Nor does the referee, and she calls mate. You can stand them up with 1:43 left on the clock. Hajieva picks up a Judo for passivity. Left-sided effort from minute 18 left now. Hajieva attacking immediately. Once again, slightly fortunate with the arm not to go against the arm. She's just going to have to be careful with that. He's already been given Hansokamaki for the head dive. She won't want to pick up another penalty. Or another Hansokamaki anyway. Kojigari from Liu Yi doesn't really threaten Hajieva. And Hajieva does go over on the left side and throws beautifully with Seotoshi. So, Shahana Hajieva with a chance for a save. Number 1 seed here, I think. Anyway, into the bronze medal contest. We'll be back. Alexandra Gwenry of France goes up against Georgie Kaldani of Georgia. It's Gwenry in the white judogi, Kaldani in blue. We'll be back.
from Georgia. Next contest of the Preliminaries semi-final is a category J2, women under 48 kilo. In Judo, representing People's Republic of China, Li Xin. In Baku, representing Turkey, Cahide Ege. The winner of the semi-final in Judo from People's Republic of China, Li Xin. Li goes to the final. Ege of Turkey will compete for bronze medal.
Finalmente accade che abbiamo avanzato in solo per stato.
The next semi-final is category J2, women under 48 kilo. In blue judo from Uzbekistan, Alobar Khouramova. In white judo from France, Sandrine Martinet. Now on to the last semi-final. This is category J2, women under 57 kilo. In blue from Japan, Hirose Judo. In white, representing Turkey, Zeynep Çelik.
watching the semi-final in the J2 under 48 kilo category. Sandrine Martinet of France up against Loba Kuramova of Uzbekistan. Martinet in the white judogi, Kuramova in blue. Kuramova has a nice tactic, and it's served her well today. She is reactive as opposed to proactive. And by that, I mean she tends to allow her opponents to do the attacking and either looks for a counter standing or to take over and do something in the waza. And that's okay for part of the time. I can see that she's got one Shido up there already. I'm assuming, because I just missed the beginning of the contest, I'm assuming that David Fuentes, the referee, has already spotted that. And there you go, and that's the second. Now, had I been able to talk to her earlier on, Kuramova, I'd have warned her of that. But we haven't got the same kind of contact here as we did in the Grand Slam with those athletes. But I would definitely have said to the coach and the athlete, you need just to be that little bit better with your timing regarding your own attacks. And you can see that despite the fact that she's had the Shido, she's still just sitting back and allowing her opponent to do the work. At some stage, you're going to get the referee who's a little bit sharper and who's going to go by the book and say, hey, you need to do some attacking as well. And Kuramova, as I said before she picked up that second Shido, has a habit of just sitting back that little bit too much. So it's really up to her, having picked up 2 penalties, to do something. Martinet can quite happily do nothing. There's going to be no score there because she didn't go onto the scoring part of the body. But she really is on the edge here, Kuramova. A place in the final of the J2 under 48 kilo category beckons, but she's still sitting back, waiting for the counter. You really can't do that. There's just a little over a minute left to go. Martinet, if she's clever, will just step it up now and put in a big attack. Can't let Kuramova come up with an attack. Okay, she's playing the other card, which is let's both be passive. Well, there's no attack there from Kuramova, but every time you allow your opponent back into the contest, it's almost like a reset. You've got to be careful so that you don't, you don't let the referee. Well, we have to have a word with the coach here. He thinks that was Ippon. There was no technique from Kuramova. Philip, I don't suppose you could keep that, could you? Because, he's still standing up, signalling Ippon. So we'll bring him up here. He's still signalling Ippon. It happened half a minute ago. Okay, he's absolutely insistent that this was Ippon. One more look at it. See, the first movement is Satemiwaza. They're going to have a look at this. And she's only on her backside anyway. So even if there is a score, even if there is an action from, Kuramova, well, it wasn't Ippon. And that is really generous. Really generous. Okay. Well, Karamova is by the skin of her teeth going to take this contest. We might want to have one more look at that just at the end of the contest. 20 odd seconds left to go. Well, Karamova thought there was something in it. Okay, we'll give her that. We'll give her that. Just about. There was an action from Karamova. Didn't make contact with the leg, but there was enough to suggest that that's what she wanted to do. And possibly that's why she went over, but that's 4 seconds left to go. A false attack from Martinez. Strange at this stage of the game because she was trying to do anything. A failed attack, possibly. Anyway, that's that. Coming up next, the second semi-final in the 48 kilo category, Rosileda de Andrade of Brazil will go up against Rocio Ledesma. But this one has gone the way of Karamova. We'll see Martinez in the bronze medal contest.
The representing France, Martinez, will compete for the bronze medal in the final block. Next on the number one is the recherche J1, main number 73 kilo. In blue from Uzbekistan, Shohruz Mamelov. In white from People's Republic of China, Judo. Mesdames et messieurs, next semi-final. This is category J1, moving on 48 kilo. In blue from Argentina, Rocio Ledesma. In white judo from Brazil, Rosileda de Andrade. The number 3, the winner in blue judo from Ukraine, David Skora. The number 3, next level charge. This is category J2, main under 60 kilo. In blue judo representing Georgia, Zurabiani. In white judo representing Brazil, Diego da Silva. The diamond winner in blue from Uzbekistan, Shohruz Mamelov. The number 2, the winner in white judo from Brazil, Rosileda de Andrade. De Andrade of Brazil goes to the final.
So, De Andrade of Brazil into the final. She'll have to go up against the Uzbek who we saw in the previous contest. Okay, where are we going now? J1. Under 48 kilo category. Haithon Kusankizi of Kyrgyzstan goes up against Ecem Tasin Kavdar of Turkey. Kusankizi in the white judogi, Tasin Kavdar in blue.
In white judogi from Kyrgyzstan, Haithon Kusankizi.
Tasin Kavdar a head taller than her opponent. Let's see whether that comes into it at all. Yeah, I remember Tasin Kavdar has got this little sit-down kataguruma. Must be another term that we can employ for that. But she does. I mean, it's more kataguruma than anything. Strong defence there from Kusankizi, and no way through for Tasin Kavdar, so the referee called mate. Again, I mean, that's her go-to technique, isn't it? There's not much else there. But if it works, then why not? Well, 2.5 minutes left to go. Kusankizi's got a little bit of working out to do, because it's quite frustrating with an opponent who's got a technique like Tasin Kavdar that's extremely difficult to counter. Your usual go-to counter techniques are not nullified, but they're difficult to pull off if the initial technique from your opponent is a Sutemi Waza. That's always a tricky one. No, they've asked her to go already.
Tatami 3, the winner of the repechage in blue from Georgia, Surab Zurabiani.
Tassin Kavdar's coach has just been asked to take a seat in the stands. All right, so we're back underway. It's not easy to counter that.
E white judogi representing Brazil, Davidson de Souza.
Just tidying up the gis and getting them ready. Both athletes are ready now. And the referee will ask them to grip up, and then once he's happy with the grips, you call Hajime, which he does now, and we're underway again. Tassin Kavdar still looking the more likely to score. Hussein Kizi doesn't quite work this out. Again, the two athletes tidy themselves up, make sure they've got a grip, and the referee calls Hajime. Hussein Kizi survived that last Kataguruma again attempt. Yes, it's a bit of a struggle for her. Hasn't been able to come up with something to either block it effectively so that it ends up as a false attack, or to get past the defense of Tassin Kavdar. It really is, and there you see, so easily blocked by Tassin Kavdar. And I think that is the score. That was the pattern of the contest up until that into this last minute. Failed efforts from Hussein Kizi with the Seoinage, and then the threat from Tassin Kavdar's Kataguruma. And eventually it was a failed effort from Hussein Kizi that left her in a poor position that Tassin Kavdar was able to take advantage of and come up with the score. 25 seconds left to go as the referee brings them back into the middle. And they face each other. Just tidying themselves up now in preparation for this last push, if you like. So Hussein Kizi trying to find a way back into this contest with 10 seconds left on the clock. And it's Sutebiwa's effort from Tassin Kavdar. She can afford to be a little bit loose here because She's penalty free, so even a false attack isn't going to do a great deal. This one is going to go the way of Tahsin Kavdar. 6 seconds away from a place in the final of the J1 under 48 kilo category, and no way through. Nice strong defense from Tahsin Kavdar. Ecem Tahsin Kavdar of Turkey goes into the final. Hussein Kizi is going to have to battle it out in the bronze medal contest. See if she can get a place on the podium. Right, what have we got coming up for you next? Jose Romero Martinez of Cuba is going to go up against Dennis Rosa of Brazil. This is J2 in the under 73 kilo category. Still got quite a bit of judo to bring to you. I can see repechage contests, semi-finals. Probably going to be half an hour. Nice strong grip from Rosa here, shaping up to go over on that left side. Lovely Ashiwaza, just couldn't come up with the turn. Got himself into a nice position with the left foot as he turned Romero Martinez, but couldn't come up with the finish. Little Sasai Tsurikomi Ashi from the Brazilian. Makikomi effort from Romero, blocked by Rosa. Romero just that slight bit taller than Rosa. Again, back to the Ashiwaza. Just threatening Romero there on the left side. Got a nice strong grip again, Rosa. That's troubling Romero. Romero can definitely feel the pressure. Left arm around the collar, pulling in that right sleeve, but he's got to do something with it. He just can't sit there. He's sizing up that left leg of Romero. He wants to attack that. Hasn't done so as yet. Sumikaishi, however, on the other side, and he scores Wazari. Just have to look at that landing. Maybe when you see the freeze frame, as we like to call it, that you'll be okay with the landing. You've stayed with it. Dennis Rosa has definitely been the more threatening of the two, and he's the one that's come up with the score. 2:20 left on the clock. Rosari on the board for Dennis Rosa. Romero has got a bit of work to do here. Well, he's wandered off the competition area there. I don't think anyone was really at fault. There shouldn't be a penalty. They can grip up and start again. It's really up to Romero now to try and make something happen. He thought about the Makikomi, but he bounced off Rosa there, didn't he? Minute 50 left to go. Still that Wazari lead for Rosa. Romero looking for a way through, and he does come up with the score. It's mostly with the hands, but he brings him down onto his side, and the scores are level now. I'm not sure about the Ippon. They've given Ippon. Well, okay. I thought the referee had given, yeah, thanks very much. Well, surely it's a Wazari apiece. I really don't know what happened there then. I shouldn't have looked away. I was distracted momentarily. And whatever it was that came up from Romero Martinez, they've taken away. So I'll see if I can get Philip to have a look at that. Slow to get involved in that one, Rosa. Romero not able to come up with a counter, but he was in there for a while without doing a great deal. Have we just got the one side? See, for me, with the right, if you look at it with the on the other side with the right arm, I think that he took control of him and brought him down with the right arm. Yeah, the right arm up around the collar. The referee gives a Wazari, and down he goes. Onto the side, and then for some reason they took it away. Okay. 20-odd seconds left to go. And now the score from Rosa has gone off. And now it's gone to... Yeah. Thank you. I'll tell you what, if I wasn't there, I don't know what would happen. Because they've only seen it because it went up on the big screen, Philip. That's incredible. And now Rosa comes up with the win. Wazari Awazeti upon.
This is the category 22, men under 73 kg. In blue judo uniform from Ukraine, Magomedov. In white judo, representing Great Britain, Manas Solomon. And then the winner in white judo representing Spain, Marta Arce. Manas Solomon, representing Great Britain. Please come on the time please. Next contest, this is category 22, women under 57 kg. In blue judo from Brazil, Maria Sostos. In white judo representing Argentina, Laura Gonzalez. Tatami 3, next contest, this is repechage, J1 men under 60 kg. In blue judo from Uzbekistan, Sukrov, Shukurov. In white judo from Kyrgyzstan, Emina Abdikarimov. Representing Great Britain, Solomon. Manas Solomon, please come on the target in white judo. Tatami 3, the winner in white judo from Kyrgyzstan, Temila Abdikarimov. Abdikarimov goes to the final block. Tatami 2 contest J2 The winner in Tatami 2 in blue from Ukraine, Baku. Tatami 3. last contest of Prix. Repechage, category J1, men under 60 kg. In Judo from Brazil, Elton de Oliveira. In white judo from Cuba, Jonathan Gonzalez. This is category J2, men under 73 kg. In Judo from Uzbekistan. Tokyo Paralympic champion Kurambayev. In Judo representing Turkey. Recep Çiftçi.
Recep Çiftçi of Turkey goes up against Uchkun Kurambayev of Uzbekistan. Oh my goodness. And look at that. Kurambayev absolutely takes flight. The Olympic champion in the weight below, the Paralympic champion, just took flight there. Well, was he grounded? I mean, are we still in the area of? I don't know. I think he's picked him up from. I think he's picked him up from the ground there. For me, you can't be lying flat down and then get scored on. I mean, it was fairly spectacular. And remember, we've seen it a couple of times in slow motion. And he may just have bounced off the ground there, but it was pretty spectacular, and I'm not going to mark that down as a mistake. That was it was pretty quick. And anyway, with the replay, we could see that he was fully flat and grounded. But Kurambayev has just had a wake-up call, if you like. Recep Çiftçi of Turkey almost coming up with a score there. And remember, this is the repechage contest in the J2 under 73 kilo category. Kurambayev has already lost one, so he can't afford to lose another. He lost to the Paralympic champion in the under 73 kilo category. That was a good battle, wasn't it? Just under 3 minutes left on the clock. Recep Çiftçi is giving Kurambayev a real welcome into the weight category if he hasn't gotten used to it yet. Not a bad effort from Kurambayev on the right side. But it's blocked by Çiftçi. The referee just wants Kurambayev to tidy himself up properly before they're allowed to grip up and get back underway. Half the contest gone. Still looking for the first score. Not that Shifty hasn't played his part in making every effort to get on the scoreboard. Kurenbaev has had a go himself. Thought about the Uchimata, blocked by Kurenbaev. Left-sided work. Now he's going to come up with something on the left side. He's got some stuff about him, Recep Çiftçi. Not a bad little fighter. Ran out of steam in the previous contest. And then just got caught at the end. Single Shido picked up by Kurenbaev for passivity. He's a busy little fighter, Çiftçi. Nice reactions there as Kurenbaev looked to attack, and Çiftçi was quick to put his arms around the body. Yeah, he's blowing here, Çiftçi. He's given plenty in this contest. I'm not sure that he's got a great deal left, I'm afraid. It's just as well that they take a while to grip up. It gives him a couple of seconds to reset. He's gone over there, and I think that he's going to be given the ippon for the attempted head defense. Let's see where the body lands. Well, he gets his hand down, so I think we're going to be okay. We'll probably go to Wazari if they have the replay. Maybe just slow it down a little bit there on the big screen for them. No, they decide to give it to him. Just going to try and clarify that, because he gets his hand down. So the ippon is given for what? That's what I want to check.
Next semi-final, this is category J1, men under 73 kg. In blue jury, representing Italy, Don Cavani. In white jury, representing Portugal, Giglio Yapa. Next contest, revanche. This is category J2, men under 73 kg. In blue jury, representing Republic of Korea, Kim Dong-hong. In white jury, representing Georgia, Georgi Kaplanı.
Üçlülerden galip geldiği Tom Teolera, Brasilia ve dönüşte Avrupa bazı Messi kazandı.
Tatami Mahmut Prix. The preliminary contests on tatami 3 are over. For your information, today we have opening ceremony at 4:15. Opening ceremony at 4:15, and the final block starts at 5 p.m.
Aziz dostlar, Judo ve Parasporcu Grand Prix turnirini açılış merasimi saat 16:15'te olacak. İlk yarış günü final görüşleri saat 17'de başlayacak.
The winner of the semi-final of tatami 1 was Don Cavani from Italy. Cavani goes to the final. Congratulations. Next on tatami 1. category J1, men under 73 kilo. In blue judo from Brazil, Arruda. In whites from Uzbekistan, Shohrukh.
Right, this is a repechage contest, J2, under 73 kilos. Kaldani of Georgia leads Kim Dong-hoon of the Republic of Korea by Wazari. Both fighters have picked up a Shido apiece, and we've got a little under 3 minutes left to go. Kaldani was also a little bit guilty of being reactive instead of proactive. I hope I'm describing that correctly. Kaldani has a tendency to try and, or tendency to wait for his opponents to attack, and depending on how long they take to attack, it can be a little bit stifling watching both athletes just standing there. Kim, if he's clever, will keep up the tempo. That's exactly what I was talking about. You can call it now. And if you're not careful, you'll just let this one drift. Oh, there you go. Forced him into it then. Right. Well, it worked out on this occasion. Him taking too long, falling into the same pattern as Kaldani, and Kaldani decided, well, if you're just going to stand there and leave it up to me, well, I better attack. And once he launched the attack, over Kim went. So Georgi Kaldani of Georgia, will see him in the bronze medal contest. Right, coming up next, Isabel Tal of Germany goes up against Ishii Ayumi of Japan. It'll be Tal in the white judogi, Ishii in blue. A repechage contest in the J2 under 48 kilo category. Should be wrapped up by 3 o'clock here. Another 20 minutes or so of judo. There are only 2 contests left on mat number 1. The remaining contests are actually here. We've got 4 repechage contests now back to back, which I suppose will leave us with 2 semi-finals, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see. Immediately after this one. Tal in the white judogi, Ishii in blue. A little bit of circling from both fighters whilst they try and find a spot from where they can launch an attack. Let's see who will be first to attack, as they still circle around with a little bit of foot tapping here or there. Really, neither athlete has come up with an attack. Ishii shaped for an attack, and then Tal almost caught her opponent with some tewaza. That's as much as we've had here, but for me, I wouldn't be forgetting the last exchange here. And how are you gonna look at this one then? Who's been the more positive of the two? Tal, who has only responded to the slightest of movements from Ishii, or Ishii, who at very least had the initial slight movement. Well, I guess we're just going to have to see who attacks first here. Well, that was beautifully done by Tal. Isabel Tal coming under attack from an Ojigari from Ishi Ayumi. Didn't get herself into the right position, Ishi here. She goes sideways on for this Ojigari. And the sideways on attack leaves her vulnerable to a counter from Isabel Tal, and it really was a good finish. That, I suppose, is a common error in high-performance competition, where if you're asked in the dojo to give a demonstration, then your Ojigari goes to the rear. But in high-performance competition, you're not as tight there. And that one, she approached her, Ishi approached her from the side, from side on, which left her open to the counter. Right, we've got another repechage contest coming up. J2 under 48 kilos. Kokila from India goes up against the current Paralympic champion, Shana Hajieva. This is a repechage contest. Did she get the turn there? I wonder. We're going to see. Anyway, it's on the board. Wazari having been given. Yes, and I'll tell you why I think this. If you look at where Kokila wants to go, as she's going over, she wants to go over to the side, but she doesn't end up on the side, does she? She ends up on her back, and the only way that can happen is if there's Tewaza from Hajieva. So good call from the referee there. And there's a second score. She's really done well. And this time it was Ojigari from Hajieva that brought Kokila down. And she's trying to avoid going over again, but she can't manage it. Nice deep attack from Hajieva, and she comes up with a score. Well, that will please the home crowd, because after that loss, it could have meant that Hajieva was going out, but she's bounced back in the repechage contest, and we'll see Hajieva in the bronze medal contest. J1 in the under 48 kilo category, repechage contest. Emanuela Masuru of Greece goes up against Anna Tabia Müller of Germany. And Müller showed some nice judo earlier on. I think she's going to be quite a handful for Masuru. We shall see. The referee has got them in the middle now. They grip up, and he calls Hajime. Nice grip from Müller. High up around the collar, looking to go right-sided. And as I said earlier, she's got some nice movement. She's eyeing up that right side of Masuru. Well, the referee's had a little bit over half a minute to have a look without an attack from either of them. He brings them back to the middle. And it was Masuru who had ducked underneath. Muller had the grip high up on the collar and Masuru ducked underneath and picked up a Shido. A little bit of foot tapping from both players here. Who's going to come up with the strongest attack? Muller looks in the best position to attack. She's just a little bit concerned about the left arm of Masuru, which controls her right arm, so she hasn't got the kind of power that she'd like. Gonna have to try and break that up. That's a better grip now. Can go right-sided with the hip technique. And she decides to go for a makikomi, but it collapses very quickly. Single Shido against Masuru. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. No score as yet. Back in the middle. They grip up. And the referee calls Hajime. Again, it's Muller who has the dominant grip. In a much better position to attack. And she goes outside, attacking that right leg with Osodagari. Masuri falls onto her front. There's no score, and it gives an opportunity for Muller to attack on the ground. But it's not going anywhere, so the referee calls mate and stands them back up, guides them back to the middle. He'll ask them to grip up after having given Masuru a second penalty, this time for passivity. Just asking the players to settle on a grip. And he calls Hajime. So Masuru's got to be careful here. Having picked up 2 penalties already, a third will put her out of the competition. And that really is a strong effort. That's Wazari. Just manages to get Masuru down onto her side with a big Osodagari. Masuru, as she was on her way over, managed to turn onto her side and didn't give up the ippon. So Muller now leads by Wazari with 1:42 left on the clock. And Masuru has picked up 2 penalties. So a lot to do here for Masuru. Can't afford another penalty. And she's got Wazari against her. Muller in a comfortable position with 1:20 left to go. Muller quite comfortable to just have the dominant grip, not necessarily doing a great deal with it. She knows that Masuru is the one who's got to make the effort now. We're into the last minute as well. Time ticking away for the Greek fighter. Really needs to come up with an attack here, and she hasn't really done a great deal, I'm afraid. Well, she's been given plenty of time. Eventually coming up with an attack and a score. Well, with 20 odd seconds left to go, she eventually comes up with a tying score. That was a great effort from Matsuru, and it almost able to secure the Osaikomi. Well, she was all but out, Matsuru, and she came up with a makikomi to tie things up. 10 seconds left to go. Uzari apiece. Matsuru has picked up 2 penalties. Not going to be worried about that now. She's got to try and finish it here. Well, we're going to need golden score to sort this one out. Really was 20 seconds away from going out, Matsuru, and Muller was 20 seconds away from a place in the bronze medal contest. But it's golden score now. Muller had previously come up with a strong grip to come up with that Osotogari score. She's going to need another one here.
Yabu's goes to the final block and will compete for the bronze medal.
Well, we've had 39 seconds of golden score. And it's Wazari apiece. 2 penalties picked up by Matsuru. Some stage you feel that if she just, well, if she just makes another error, that'll be it. But I hope very much that that is not the case, and that we'll finish with a positive score. Grip up once again, and we're underway. Again, it's Muller who comes up with the stronger grip. Matsuru looking a little bit defensive. Muller again attacking that right leg of Matsuru. And the makikomi again from Matsuru. Can you believe it? What a comeback. That is terrific work from Emanuela Matsuru. She was 20 seconds from being out of the competition, and she's come back with 2 scores, one in regulation time to take it into golden score, and then during the golden score after a minute she comes up with a second makikomi. That was great work from the Greek fighter. We've got another repechage contest coming up next. Fatima Toirova of Uzbekistan goes up against Hangai Shizuka of Japan. That'll be Toirova in the white judogi, Hangai in blue. Well, it didn't take long for Toirova to pick up 2 penalties. We've got 3 minutes and 20 odd seconds left, and over goes Toirova. Hangai comes up with the score. It's not been Toirova's day, has it? She's picked up 2 penalties within the first 30 seconds, and now Hangai's thrown her for Wazari. So we often say that the mountain to climb is very high, and in this case it really is. You'll have to come back from Wazari down, 2 penalties against you. Well, she didn't mean to take her in that direction, so that'll be okay. Repechage contest in the J1 under 48 kilo category. Let's see if Toirova can come up with something. Well, she sat down on her backside from not really a great deal. There wasn't even really a push from Hangai there. Could be that she had something in mind, Toirova, wanting to try something, but it didn't materialize. Hangai trying to stand Toirova up because Toirova's slightly bent and defensive, and that's a nice turn. I think you're going to score there because she changes direction with the shoulder throw attempt and takes her back. So, Hangai Shizuka of Japan defeats Fatima Toirova of Uzbekistan. And it'll be Hangai who takes her place in the bronze medal contest. That was a difficult one for Toirova. She fell behind with Wazari, and she picked up 2 penalties as well, so that was always going to be very difficult for her to come back. Right, coming up next in the J2 under 73 kilo category, Nathan Petit of France goes up against Ferouz Saidov of Uzbekistan. It's Petit in the white judogi, Saidov in blue. Petit has to go up here against the current Paralympic champion, and it's the Paralympic champion Saidov who attacks first with Tomoe Nagi, blocked by Petit. Little attempted ashiwaza from Petit. Saidov steps over that, they go to ground, and it's Saidov who has a cursory attempt at something on the ground. The referee wasn't convinced. She calls mate and stands them back up there in the middle. They grip up, and she calls hajime. They move towards the edge of the competition area. And it's Petit who attempts the Uchimata. It fails, and now Saidov working on the ground, but there's not a lot happening there. Mate is called. Petit back up on his feet quickly. He makes his way back to the middle. Saidov eventually gets there. the grip up. Jimmy is called. We're underway again. Left-sided Marote Seanagi from Saidov. Right-sided Uchimata attempt from Petit. He collapses onto his front. And there's no chance for getting involved in Newaza. The referee calls Mate and they're back up on their feet in the middle. They grip up again. 3 minutes left on the clock. He was a long way off with that Seonagi attempt. And then there was an Osotogari effort, and now a counter from Saidov, and he turns Petit onto his side and picks up Wazari. So he leads with 2 minutes and 43 seconds. I think they want to have a look at that last action to see whether it was valid for scoring purposes. I liked it. Looked okay. It would have to be something pretty special to cancel it. But I liked it as far as a score was concerned. Nice right-sided effort from Saidov. But Petit is able to move off to his left and avoid getting caught. Saidov breathing heavily. Hard work out there in the middle against a tough opponent. They grip up, and now we're underway again with 1:20 left on the clock. A Sasai Tsurikomiyashi-like attempt from Petit. Giving a little bit away above the ankle, but that was the movement anyway. Saidov landing on his front, and he picks up a penalty for passivity. Saidov, that is, with 1:14 left on the clock. Petit can put his foot down now. He attempts left-sided Uchimata. He's turned by Saidov, who manages to put Petit on his back, does he? Well, an unusual end. An unusual way to end the contest. But Saidov in control of Petit as he goes to ground on his back. So I suppose we can say some kind of Sukeshi was there. We'll have to name it as that. Saidov into the final. Petit will have to battle it out for the bronze medal. Coming up next, the first of the semi-finals in the J2 under 73 kilo category. Namiga Basli of Azerbaijan goes up against Sergio Ibanez of Spain. It's a Basli in the white judogi, Ibanez in blue. Ibanez has got a really good tempo. He keeps up a very good rate of attacks. I expect him to put a Basli under quite a lot of pressure here. Slightly unusual. I was going to say slightly unusual for Ibanez to be taking his time, but he does come up with the Yoko Sotemiwaza attack there. He's usually first to attack. We've had half a minute. He's a little bit far away with that Kataguruma effort. That's what he's looking for. And now Abasli attacking on the ground, looking for a turnover, but it wasn't forthcoming. So the referee calls Mate. They're back up in the middle. They face each other, take a grip. The referee calls Hajime. Slightly bent over and defensive Ibanez, and yet he's the one that comes up with the Sutemiwaza effort. It's a slightly speculative effort from Ibanez, and it doesn't go anywhere. We've had a minute. Kataguruma with the right foot stretched out, looking to take his opponent over there. I suppose you could say along the lines of Yoko Otoshi, but I'm not going to. Now it's Abasli's turn to come up with the little sit-down effort. I'm going to name that properly now. Yeah, it's not Yoko Otoshi. I think Ibanez may have hurt his left leg. Right, so as soon as we know how Ibanez is, and he's up on his feet, he's standing up. We'll just see whether he feels good enough to continue. Well, that was interesting. We had a Shido given for... Maybe I didn't see the initial action anyway. I had to look away. And he's going to give up the score there. Abasli fancies that he's come up with. Now, not quite. It's only the top of the shoulder there. Well, they're going to have a look at this. How much of the scoring part of the body do you have to have in contact with the mat before you give up a score? The referee didn't think there was enough for a score, and actually I agree with him. This all looks good up to there, and then you've got to put him on some kind of scoring part of the body. The shoulder goes down, just gets the top of the shoulder. And the top of the shoulder wasn't enough, but this one will. And now it's Ibanez who comes back with a score. is. Tomoe blocked by Basli. Two penalties picked up by Namig Basli. Ibanez is struggling with that right knee again. Yeah, it's giving him a bit of pain, isn't it? And the commissioner reviewing the last action. Ibanez leads by Wazaru with 1:34 left on the clock. Basli has picked up 2 penalties. And they want to have a look at the last action. Right, so let's have a look. Right, well, we could say that that particular action, I mean, there's no ashiwaza from there. I think you'll agree that, you know, if you're going to execute an ashiwaza, that's not the correct execution of ashiwaza. He's going to pick up another penalty here, isn't he? Nope. He's lucky to escape that then. And he has another tap and another tap. And another. Okay, so, yeah. I mean, there's... yeah, sorry. It's not going to work. He's lost it here, Namig Basli. Just gotten away from him. It's as though he doesn't want to listen, isn't it? And the referee's quite right. He's telling them that's not ashiwaza. No part of that is ashiwaza. Well, it's really unfortunate that Namig Basli should have not once but twice picked up a penalty for the same thing. And the ashiwaza was, or attempts at ashiwaza were particularly unattractive, to be honest. I can't have any sympathy for him, I'm afraid. Right, coming up next, repechage contest in the J2 under 73 kilo category. Denis Rosa of Brazil goes up against Rufat Mahomedov of Ukraine. Rosa in the white judogi, Mahomedov in blue. Mahomedov has fought really well. Mind you, I've enjoyed watching Denis Rosa as well, so it'll be a shame that one of these has got to go out at this stage, because that's where we are. Whomsoever loses out here will be out of the competition. The winner will go to compete for bronze. Rose has got some reasonable defense. He's got some nice little techniques, nice ashiwaza. Mahomedov, I think we saw him in the opening contest, if I'm not mistaken. Well, chance here for one of these to go into the bronze medal contest. Almost moved from the Satemiwaza into the Jujigatami. Not quite, however. We've had 45 seconds or so, 44 seconds actually, of this repechage contest. They've gripped up and we're underway again. Drift off towards the edge of the competition area on this near side, left corner. It's Rosa who's backed up into the corner. And after an attack with Osodagari from Mahomedov, the referee calls mate as they step off the competition area. He brings them back to the middle now. Single Shido picked up by Rosa. 2:40 odd left on the clock. Again, they drift off to this near side. Seems to be some kind of magnet that brings them over here, this pair. Despite the fact that the referee has warned them of the mat edge, they continue to be drawn over here. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Grip up, Hajime called. Ochigari hopping, beautifully done by Mahomedov, and he catches Dennis Rosa of Brazil, who goes over for Ippon. Good finish from the Ukrainian, hooking in and then hop, hop, and over Rosa went. So Mahomedov goes into the bronze medal contest. Right, we've got one more contest to bring you in these preliminaries before we take a break. And we're going to see Uchkun Kuranbayev of Uzbekistan. He's going up against Georgiou Kaldani of Georgia. Kuranbayev in the white judogi, Kaldani in blue. This is J2 repechage contest in the under 73 kilo category. Kaldani with a job on his hand, going up against the Paralympic champion Kuranbayev. Shaped for the Sode Tsurikomigoshi there, Kuranbayev. Little ashiwaza from Kaldani. that Ashiwaza was against the foot. Maybe he should have a word with one of the previous athletes, Basley, about how to apply Ashiwaza. Kosodagaki from Kurenbaev, blocked by Kaldani, or at least strongly defended, and he kept Kurenbaev out. Overly defensive posture from Kaldani is penalized with Ashido. Over into the far left corner, they drift. Strong grips from both athletes. Have to see who comes up with an attack. Kurenbaev backed up in the corner, trying to find a way back in. Kaldani would be good to put in an attack here. Just have to be aware of, and he stepped out a couple of times there. Okay, we're slightly more lenient with the competition area. But Kaldani could come up with an attack here. Anything that he does here will see Kurenbaev passive. And again, he's let it drift a little. You've got to be aware of who is in control and who's going to look the more positive. You don't want to be in a situation where you pick up a penalty unnecessarily. Neither of these fighters have attacked. Kaldani goes left-sided with Seotoshi. Kurenbaev able to step off it. One more big attack here from Kaldani now. And the referee won't have any other option but to penalise Kurenbaev for being passive. He hasn't attacked. Big effort from Kaldani. When he faces Kurenbaev, yeah. And oddly enough, Kaldani was the last to attack. Well, Kaldani has let that one drift. Both athletes picked up a penalty, but if truth be told, if Kaldani had put in one more attack, then it would quite clearly have been down to Kurenbaev. And now he's on 2 penalties, but Kurenbaev is only on 1. Kurenbaev can allow the contest to drift here in exactly the same way that they did previously. And now he puts in an attack, not the strongest, but strong enough to have Kaldani blocking it. And all of a sudden he's in the driving seat. Kaldani has not read this one correctly. Tried a little combination there, left and then right. Kurenbaev able to block that, and then he came up with his own attack at the end. Jimmy is called as they both grip up right on the end of regulation time. 2 penalties picked up by Kaldani, 1 by Kurenbayev, and we're going to need a period of golden score to sort this one out.
Golden score.
And Kurenbayev quite cleverly just stepping things up now. One more big attack during the golden score period. And that will be the end for Kaldani. Kaldani has just been that little bit too slow to get things going. And he can't complain. He's been given plenty of time. Kurenbayev has the advantage with him, having only picked up 1 penalty. And that counter may do for him. Been given a score, brought him down onto his side. The commission will review that. But without them overturning it, it looks as though Kurenbayev is going to take it. Lost his balance, did Kaldani, and got taken down onto his side. So they're just having a look at that last action to make sure that it was Kurenbayev bringing Kaldani down onto his side. They agree with that. Kurenbayev takes the contest. Both athletes bow. The referee can escort them back off to their start positions. And Kurenbayev goes into the bronze medal contest. J2 under 73 kilo category. Right, that brings the preliminaries to an end. We're going to be back with all the medal matches in the final block at 5 o'clock. That's an hour and a half from now. We look forward to your company then. Philip Greblitzky, thank you very much for all your help this morning. We'll see you all at 5 o'clock for all the medal matches. Thanks very much. See you then. Bye.